Okay, let's get started. Just going to open up a new substance graph. We're going to use 2048 by 2048 resolution, metal roughness, and you can name it whatever you would like. So in the beginning, I always set up this, I don't know, it's like a template scene, I guess, to help visualize the 3D view a little bit better. And I use curvature, curvature smooth, and ambient occlusion into my base color, and just setting up all the outputs basically, so I can actually see what I'm doing. The default like 3D view I feel isn't adequate enough, so this helps. So just adding a uniform color, gonna blend that with the curvature, and you have to convert your curvature and curvature smooth to color information for the base color, or else you'll get an error. So that's what that gradient map does, and then I just dock it into the blend. Copying one of the outputs, naming this ambient occlusion, and we'll be using all the default outputs plus AO for this project. And I just like to rename the identifiers with a single letter, so when I export the textures, the naming isn't so long. So it'll be like sci-fi whole underscore B, which means base color. And then when I plug that into Marmoset later, it's just a little bit easier for me to quickly read. So AO is going to be multiplied. All the curvatures should be set to overlay. And then a very low opacity for all of them, around 0.1. You don't want it to be too strong. The normal intensity as well. I don't know if I changed that yet. Oh, here we go. We're going to change that to 8. And for me, that's what I feel like works as like a decent default. The 1 intensity is a little bit too low. You don't really, doesn't really pick up the normal information too well for my taste, so I crank it up to 8. Adding another uniform color for the roughness. This I switch it to grayscale and then just give it like a slightly off white, so it's pretty rough. You don't want it to be too shiny at this point. And the ambient occlusion will set to white as well, or else it'll render black. So my scene geometry is a plain high res, and then you can go to materials, edit, and set the tessellation scale. Here we are, just saving the graph. It's good to save your work. So if I didn't have all this like overlay stuff going on, you probably wouldn't see hardly any information on that plane in the 3D view at this point. You'd see like the silhouette changes, but it would be pretty flat. So this really helps just accentuate the forms more. And then adding a frame, overlays. And I like to call like the normal, the curvature smooth, and the AO bakes, because if you think about it, if you're doing like a high to low poly workflow, you'd be baking out like normal maps, you'd be baking out a curvature map, AO, etc. So that's just like a good way to name it for me. So here we are starting some panels, and I use a tile sampler, X mount 12, Y mount 6, and then I change the scale to 1 so there's no spacing in between. Color random, crank that up, and you can see this gives us some like irregular shapes. We have some like L shapes, we have some upside down L shapes, some longer rectangles, some smaller rectangles, some squares, and it's just kind of like an irregular panel pattern that we're going to start working off of. Edge detect it, so that's going to pick up all the edges and then give us a black and white mask that we can use to create crevices and other things. We're going to bevel that mask to give some depth. And what I just did there, where I moved from the Perlin noise to the bevel, if you hold shift and then pull from the output to another output, it's going to grab all the splines and come with it. I just did it there as well. So it's a quick way to like, redo your splines without reconnecting all of them at once. And then we don't want the range to be full black to white for the panels because we're going to be pushing these in and raising things up, so we need some darker and higher values to work with later. So we're going to like make it middle gray using a levels node. Looks like I'm thinking. Okay, so this square shape, we're going to set the tiling mode to absolute, no tiling. So when we use this skew grayscale, it actually works. Else it's just going to tile everywhere and basically fill it with white. So you can use that skew to slant one side and then mirror it to the other side, and you get this cool like tapered shape. And then I'm going to squish it down so the top edge of it is about at the middle of the node. And the reason I do that is because when we plug it into this tile sampler, when it samples that shape that we're inputting, it places it at the center point. So that's going to be important for, you'll see in a few minutes, I guess. Here, looks like I'm just playing with, I'm clamping, okay, so I'm using Histogram Scam to clamp the beveled version of the panels to get a thicker line, and we can use that as a mask in the tile sampler. You have to crank the mask map threshold to 1 for this to work, and then it looks like I inverted it as well. And what that does is it only samples areas of white, and because I inverted it in a tile sampler, technically the lines are white now, so it's only sampling these little tapered squares in those crack lines, so we don't get them everywhere. And then I subtract them on top of the original panels. And if you subtract, the output of the tile sampler is these white tapered squares on black, so if you subtract that, you're basically subtracting 1, which is white, on top of any information. If you subtract 1 from any color, it's going to go to 0, which will be black. So just playing with the offset here. I don't think this is important. I don't think I use this. There we go. So I changed the rotation to 90 degrees for that particular piece, and you can see that's kind of cutting out this like little tab inset into the panels on the left side of the edge. And we're going to have to basically duplicate this process 4 times, one for left, one for right, one for top, one for bottom. And you can manipulate the size. Tile sampler is really flexible. It's an extremely useful node to use. So I'm taking that bevel out because I want to bevel the insets along with the panel lines together instead of separately. So I just move that later down in the chain. So I copied, looks like I copied my edge detect and increased the width of it a bit. I don't think that was necessary, but I did it anyways. Yeah, you'll find when you're working in Substance, a lot of it is some experimentation, so there's multiple solutions for different problems, and sometimes I play around with different things, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So here we just copy the tile sampler, and I think we're just going to flip the rotation, yep, and then blend it with the other one using add linear. So now we have the right side of those cracks. Those insets are working. Again, just going to try playing around with some of the X and Y amount, but turns out I don't like it. Adjusting the size. And one cool thing you could do, which I did not do in this, but because all these tile samplers, we're going to have 4 of them, it'd be nice if they were linked, like the sizes were linked, so if you did make a change to one, it made a change to all of them. Right now it's not set up like that, and I don't end up doing it, but you could actually link, like if you expose it, you can link all those parameters to the same exposed like variable, and then if you change one, they all change, so all your inset tabs would change at the same time. So I'm going in and manually changing the size to be the same. A lot of tweaking. Copy that again. This time you want I think you want the inverted amount of X and Y, I believe. Or no, excuse me. It's just a 6 by 6. Then we set our size, change the rotation, blend it, and then we have our bottom edge of the panel lines tabs. Okay, so I think I do increase the X amount here. Setting the size to 1. Thinking about it. Here we go, offsetting it. So it wasn't lining up perfectly, like we had some of the tabs were on the corners and on the places we didn't want them, so we're just offsetting that pattern in the X amount by 0.5 so that it's centered where we want it to be. That looks good. We'll copy paste that again. Add linear, blend these tabs together, and we'll just change the rotation to 180 now. We should have, yep, got the tabs at the top of the panel lines. So now we have it all 4 directions. Here we go, changing the size again, and if I do change it, I'm going to want to change it for all 4 of them. I think the last thing I'm going to do with these tile samplers for now is, this is coming up I believe, change the random seed and the random mask to a certain amount, so that way we get some irregularities and some variation where the tabs are placed, so it's not all basically on everywhere, it's cutting some out in some places and stuff. Just gives a little more visual interest. We can see pretty quickly we can get a pretty interesting like base panel shape just with a few tile samplers. So I'm adding a frame here for shapes, and this is going to get populated with a bunch of like primitive shapes like cones and paraboloids and gradients and stuff like that we're going to use later. Just a little tidying up and organization. This graph does get quite large, so it's pretty important to stay organized if you can. So here I'm just playing with the random seed of the original like tile sampler for panel patterns. Just looking for, interesting patterns and trying to settle on something. Once we start adding like the engine pieces and pipes and brackets and things like that, some of that's going to be related to the this original panel pattern, so we kind of want to lock it down sooner than later. So just trying to find something that I think is interesting. And here you can see those tabs are kind of blurred a little bit there, and I don't like that. I think it messes with the bevel a little bit. So we're just going to histogram scan the final like composited output of all those tabs, and then we'll add some contrast and kind of clamp it so we get sharper edges. And that gives like a fraction of a more accurate bevel, I guess. It's probably unnecessary, but I did it anyway. Tweaking the bevel amount, the bevel distance. So there's a little problem with the edge width. There's a tiny little gap if you have an edge width that's too small, and that's going to be a problem later for flood fills, which we'll talk about eventually. But you want to make sure that each panel is its own thing. It doesn't bleed into any other panels. So it has to be surrounded by black, essentially, a black line, or else it's going to mess with the flood fill. Here we go, flood fill. So this is a great new node. It allows you to fill white areas that are surrounded by black with either color or a gradient. There's a couple other options for flood fills, but those are the two that I use. So here we filled it with random grayscale, and then we are multiplying the beveled panel lines on top of the color, and then just using a levels node to reduce the amount of color variation. So what this does is in our height map is it's going to push some of those panels up and down slightly, a little bit, just add a little bit of subtle depth. You don't want to go too far with it, because again, once we start blending brackets and things on top of this, it might look weird if you have something that's going from one panel to another and if those panels have like a large offset from each other, it might feel like your piece isn't sitting um, the way it should, I guess. So here we're using a flood fill to gradient. And all those flood fill nodes, you have to convert your black and white mask using flood fill before you can use flood fill to gradient or flood fill to grayscale. I'm using a histogram scan to kind of clamp those gradient values, and this is going to be used like on the corners of some of the panels, and they're going to like lift up at the corners. So right now you see white there, and I think we're gonna screen it on top, or maybe max lighten it on top. Using another histogram scan to kind of select like a mask area. You could also try Histogram Select, which is a cool node. It has a little bit more control because you can select a range of values and then clamp it or from there. So just playing around looking for like a mask where I want to apply these panel lift corner mask to it. And I decide to go with the Histogram Select. So I plug that into the mask, and then I plug the lifted corners in the top input of the blend, and then our panels into the middle input, and now we can screen that on top. And you can see that gives a nice little lifted corner look. Now they're all the same. You can see they're all lifting on the top right corner of each panel, which I don't like. So I kind of mess around with some of these. But I'm noticing that no matter what angle I set it to, it's the same. They're all on the same corner. This part didn't work out. I wasn't thinking. But you can see I'm trying to plug a flood fill random color to a flood fill, I think another flood fill color gradient, and that doesn't work. You have to do the original flood fill into those like second step flood fill nodes. So here I copied a flood fill. Now I can plug it into gradient, change the random seed. Alright, so I didn't need that second flood fill. All I had to do was change the random seed of the flood fill gradient, and that changed like the randomness of how it calculates the gradients, and now they're not all in the same top right corner. So that's all I had to do. All those little extra steps was unnecessary, but that's part of troubleshooting. So the gradient is very linear, and I don't like how it's such like a hard line where it starts to bend. So I think I try like blurring it first, and that looks bad, and then you'll see the solution is to use a curve node and remap those linear like gradient values to like a curved value. Let's see if blur works, and then I see blur just kind of crumples the whole panel and looks really odd. So that's not going to work. There's the curve node. And this is really cool. I mean, this remaps any like gradient values to whatever curve profile you input. So you're not saying it, there we go, plug it into the blend so we see it. And that creates a nice like smooth transition from flat, like arcing up to like this bent up panel corner. And we'll just reduce the intensity of the opacity to set it down a little bit. So this other histogram scan, that's going to come into play eventually. But that'll be the parts, that'll be our mask where we push down panels, kind of like making exposed areas of these panels, and then we'll fill those pushed in areas with like engine components and cool pipes and things like that later. So here I'm beveling it using a negative value, so it bevels inward towards the shape instead of outward. And invert it so it's black because we want to push this down, so we're going to make those values dark. Let's try multiply. And here's the curve node in action again, where we have a linear gradient from the bevel, and we can change the profile very quickly just by playing around with these this curve. So here, I want this to, I know it's gonna be elevated above where I want it to be. I want it to be flush with like the inset panel lines. So here I added a levels node and turned the output down. And we had to add in our mask, or else it's gonna, that levels value is gonna like be multiplied on top of the whole image, and we only want it to multiply on top of where these panel insets are. So I added that original histogram scanned mask, and there we go. Now we're seeing like the value between these insets and the panel cracks is a lot similar. So now it's like pushed to the height that I want it to be. There it is. Give myself some space here. Just organizing. Start to name some things. It's going to call panel lift, I believe. Those are panel insets. And in your final substance graph, if you have that open yet, I don't think I changed the names of any of the frames. Maybe like one or two occasionally throughout the course of this whole tutorial, but these names should be consistent with what you see in your graph, even though like the layout and the organization of the graph will look different. The names, at least, you can are the same, so you can look at those frames and kind of follow along from there. Just kind of double checking my work here, kind of poking through the nodes. Trying to figure out how to organize all this. looks like I'm using Histogram Select again. Try to pick out some more values. For a mask for something, I would guess. I honestly don't remember. We'll find out soon. So here I'm going to transform the original tile sampler panel pattern. And I just flip it 180, mirror it vertically, and then I think I just offset it a bit. Then we edge detect. So these I think are going to be like sub-panel lines, so I want to kind of break up some of these shapes with even smaller panels. So I figured I could just probably use the original panel shape and just kind of rotate it around and see what that gets me. And I don't want that to be everywhere, and that's probably why I made that other mask for later, is I'm going to mask out certain areas where these like sub panels are going to break up the main panels. So I just edge detected, beveled, and I multiplied it on top of our panel shape right there. So there they are, little sub panel lines, and I think the edge detect was a little bit thinner, or the bevel amount was a little bit thinner. I'm gonna play with the mask because I want this to be, I don't know, maybe 25% of the panels have these little sub panels, and I'm just using the transform to offset, kind of get some interesting shapes there. And I've yet to plug this into like the main output graph. A lot of times I do that where I kind of make these little quick graphs. Like this is, for instance, 5 nodes, and I just look in the 2D view to make sure it's like kind of in the direction that I want, and then when I'm happy with it, I'll actually blend it in with my the full graph, so we actually see it in the 3D view. Like there, I just popped it in. And a reason for that is sometimes you can spend time, especially when the graph gets complicated, trying to blend things in and reorganizing things, and it might not be necessary because it could turn out that like you really don't like what you just made, and now you have to undo what you just did. Whereas if it's branched off in its own separate thing, you can just delete it, and it's not going to affect the final output. And another advantage of it that I think is good is if the graph gets really heavy and you start like just building all these shapes, it can like slow down because it has to like process and render to the 3D view. And if you just build it separately, it doesn't have to process and change the height, change all the shader information and stuff that we do later. It's just gonna be in the 2D view, and then like when you're happy, plug it in, see how it looks, and then tweak it from there. So it's a slight like increase in performance, I guess. Kind of helps you be organized too, because you can branch it off into like just random space, and you can use as much room as you want, build whatever you want, and then when you feel like it's ready, you can blend it in with the main graph. So I'm creating a new shape, changing the pattern to paraboloid, plugging that into a curve node so we can remap it later. to the right, on the top like middle, right above that top anchor point, is like a make linear. So instead of like a curve, a Bezier curve, you get a linear interpolation between the anchor point. And I like that look for a lot of hard surface stuff. It gives a nice corner, so I just select the anchor point and push that button. Now I'm going to max lighten this disk shape on top of all my panels. And this is going to be like the foundation of like the main engine component. So here I'm creating a mask, setting histogram scan position to 1, plugging that into the mask with the engine in the top input of the blend node. And now we can adjust the level out low value to increase like the brightness of the engine. And we basically want the low output to be sitting where the high output of the panels is, so that way it's right on top of the panels and it's not sinking too deep and we're losing like half of our bevel because it's blending that way. So when I manipulate that height value, which we're going to do a lot in this tutorial with like all the brackets and pipes and stuff that get placed on tops of panels, their starting point is basically their low level is always going to be where the high levels of the panels is. So it sits right on top of it. It's not over sinking into it. And if you don't have that mask, it's basically just going to fill everywhere where the panels are with that uniform color, from like lightening those blacks to middle gray. So you have to have a mask there to make sure it's isolated to the shape that you're inputting. Here I'm changing, this is a really important step, like I'm changing the base panel high and low outputs levels, and this is basically going to allow like where do we want to set our ranges. Like, do we want the panels to be at like 0.6 so we have a lot of depth to push down, or do we want it to be the opposite where we have like maybe levels are at 0.2 so we have a lot of room to go brighter. So I'm kind of like deciding right now, do I want to push things into the panels or do I want to bring things up from it, and like where do I want my min and max ranges of the height map to be. Yeah, and I'm just using that inverted disc shape to see like just as like a test, just to push down the panels and try to figure out like where my depth ranges are. It's just temporary. But it's really good to establish this early on because you can see I'm changing like the level output, and every time I make a change I need to update the other ones for like the insets, and for the engine we're gonna have to update those levels so they match with the panels. So if you've already made 30 different shapes of like brackets and pipes on top of it, and all of a sudden you want to change where the base like value of the panels is, you're gonna have to update everything. So figure it out now early and block out your big shapes, and then kind of pretty much lock it down from there so that you reduce your amount of rework later. So I just got rid of that black circle because it was just a test piece to establish my depth, my max depth at least. So I think here believe I'm going to add like a secondary inset depth. So right now that's mapped completely to black. But then there's that levels node that's brightening it up a bit. So we have some room to push further down. And I'm basically going to make like a stair step in these large insets with this transform square. So that transform node is just the transform node tiling, and then I squished it down of a square shape. And now I'm just trying to blend these two together so that we have this stair stepping. I believe the first time I do it, I kind of fail. But I figure it out in the end. So just be patient. So I'm using gradient linear 1 with histogram scan. And you can use the histogram scan to like clamp the gradient just to give this soft linear, fall off. And that's essentially creating a ramp there that ramps down to that black value just by multiplying it on top. And I'm moving my gradient to my shapes because I'll reuse that a lot. And it's good to reuse nodes if you already have them. It's less computing for the graph to do if you're reusing stuff. You can see there's a pretty good amount of control just by using the position and contrast values in that histogram scan that can remap that gradient. There we go, and create a nice slope down area. But yeah, I don't think this is final because I'm noticing, I believe, at least I hope I fix this, there's a lot of stretching there on that vertical side edge. And that's because our mask is completely black and white, so it's basically taking black from our input and it's just pushing it straight down based off of the mask, and there's no fall off whatsoever. So I decided to remap these. I'm gonna have to watch to figure out what I did, but I think what I did was, instead of having like a medium pushed in shape and then pushing in further, I think I push it down. Yeah, okay. I pushed down the shape all the way to black, and then I think I changed it to max light, and I already missed that step. Let's see. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that blend node right there is max light. So I pushed down the whole area down to black, and now I'm just building it back up, filling it in with that remapped gradient. And that way you don't need a mask where it's going to give you sharp edges. It's just going to fill in. If that value is brighter than whatever pixels underneath it, it's going to fill it. So because it's in the inset area, it's not spilling out into above the panels, and we get nice transitions and no sharp edges. And I'm just adjusting my overlays because I noticed like it was a bit strong, and I was getting some weird, I felt like I was seeing some weird like shapes because of it. And just playing with like the level values to decide, do I want this to be pushed in more, raised up more? Again, this goes back to like just locking down your min and max heights and everything kind of in between, like where your main shapes are going to be, because we're going to have to build off of all these later, and we don't want we want it to be right. So just playing around with it. And here I use a curve node, set them all to linear anchor points, aligning them to flatten them out. And this, again, I was talking about stair stepping. We basically remap that gradient to a stair step. And it's not completely working yet. The reason is because I'm trying to remap a really dark, like a medium gray value. And so the curve goes from 0 to 1, which is black to white. So it was just trying to remap like black to gray. So I was missing like half of the information. So I just moved that curve node after the histogram scan, so I know I'm mapping full black to white information. And then from there I can use the levels and kind of dial in the height. Just playing with the shape. This is where you can get really like creative and stuff with, the shape language of your sci-fi panels and things. Like you could have more curved areas. You could have it come up and then inset back in. You could do some really interesting shapes with this like curve profile. And the other cool thing is you can reuse anywhere where you bevel anything or have a linear gradient. You can have a consistent like curve profile just by using the same curve. And we'll see that later with all the bracket shapes we put on top. Yeah, really, really useful node, the curve node, because you can see we're getting a lot of detail pretty quickly just by adding a few anchor points to the curve and remapping these bevels to get some cool shapes. Prior to the curve node, you could have done this with a gradient map and then just set like the black and white values and remap a linear gradient to something different. It's a lot trickier, I guess, to like visualize. And it's harder to get like arcing curves. You can do linear stuff pretty decent, but stuff that has curves is more difficult with the gradient map. So this curve node's really, really awesome. Just tweaking. It's good to tweak and play around with stuff. Like once you have your graph, like at a good spot, just to see some alternate variations, and you might have a happy accident and find something that's better. So here I adjusted the scale of my material to 2, and that basically just pushes the whole range. It just pushes everything up and down more. So that you'll want to be consistent with too as well. And I think 2.5 is where I settled the range to be. I thought that was enough difference from black to white being pushed that I can sort of like tweak in my final values of things. And that's what I'm doing right here with the panels. 0.55 and 0.6 for the low and high. Now we of course have to change everything else so it sits well on top of itself. Panel lips need to be toned down a little bit with the opacity. So here I'm using a Crystal 2 noise. And I decided to put this over in the back with the shapes because it's possible I could reuse this multiple times, which I didn't end up doing, but it's there, so I know where it is. And we're just going to blend this with the panels. This is just going to give a little like wobbly warping and variation so the panel surface isn't completely flat. And a cool thing you can do is you can use Directional Warp with a color like variance map inputted into it of your panels, and that basically will offset that noise shape, so you get like, so each panel has different, the noise pattern doesn't blend across the panel seams. Yeah, so that's a really useful trick. And I'm just overlaying that on top. And overlay, because overlay really only works if the thing underneath the overlay texture is like middle gray. So I think I just remapped this, or I put it after I've remapped the panel lines to middle gray. You can see now that has more of an effect. Plug that in. So I just crank it up just to make sure, like, hey, it's working. Then we dial it in from there. And I felt like the crystal was a little too like sharp in some areas, so I just blurred it a little bit. Just kind of get these like long, irregular diagonal streaks across the panels, kind of bumpiness. You know, as if like in production they were warped a little bit, or during construction it was beat up a bit. Just framed it so I know where it is. So here I start to play around with, like I was saying earlier, it's good to play with parts of your graph just to get different results. And so a quick easy way is just to change the random seed of some things, like I'm doing it with the original panel shape pattern from the tile sampler, and just kind of looking like, hey, what happens if I try this? How's that look? And there's some interesting things going on, I guess, with the way that these inset panels are happening. Like, I felt like when I was looking at this, I wanted them to be continuous, so that like kind of sideways S shape or Z shape, I don't know, S shape, either one, depending which way you rotate it. I felt like I wanted that to be a continuous inset, but it's broken up, you can see, into 3 different pieces. And the reason for that is because I'm mapping like the panel line shape with the bevel instead of like a combined mask for it. So here I tried to like bypass that by using a quantized grayscale node, and that sort of minimizes the colors and combines things. And anyway, I just played around with this for a little bit, and I ended up not liking any of it, so I revert back to how it was just a minute or two ago. So I believe the rest of this, the next 4 or 5 minutes, is just playing around. Here's another little trick. You can take a gradient map and kind of remap the values. So instead of going from black to white, you can, like there it goes from like gray to white to black to gray. You can remap something to get like an alternate variation of like a color variation input. So that gradient map is effectively remapping our original panel shape to different grayscale colors, which we can then use in our histogram to pick out different masks. Yeah, I'm really trying to look for some interesting shapes here, and none of it's really speaking to me. But it's good to try. So, as I said, I didn't really like what I was trying to do earlier, so I am now. I basically looked at my recording and figured out all the what I needed to undo, and I'm just reverting back to the original configuration that I had. just spending some time thinking about what's next, and I believe I'm gonna detail the engine piece a little bit. It's kind of tricky, like I'm not working from any concept or anything like that, so um, I'm kind of designing a lot as I go, and so there'll be periods of time where I'm just staring at the graph and thinking about things. And I decided for the engine, I kind of want, like instead of just right now, it's just bulging right out of the panels, I want it to dip down in and then come back up. So that's why I'm playing around with multiplying a disk and pushing that area down first before I build it back up. So here I just noticed a little quick tweak thing. My inset panels weren't actually going to black, so that I just moved that slider down to 0, and then now it's pushing down a lot further, and I actually like the kind of depth range that I'm getting now. Maybe not like 100%. I'm bringing it back up a little bit. The other thing, if you're working with height maps, which is pretty much all you do in Substance Designer, you can see I'm adding a pretty generous like bevel to these insets, and you really need to do that in my opinion, because if you don't and it's just a straight wall, you're going to get a lot of stretching in your um, panels on the sides, the walls of it. It's going to stretch the tessellation. The triangles is going to stretch any like color information you put it there. It's just going to look bad. So if you give it like a nice bevel and slope, it gives some area to catch, the tessellation or the base color and roughness and all that. And also if this is intended for games, you probably aren't going to actually use the height map in a lot of cases. So your normal map, you're going to want to catch those differences in like the change in normal direction. And in order to do that, you need to have like some type of slope there. So here we go. We're pushing down into the panels, and then we're going to have this like engine piece popping out of it. Very quick rough in. It's definitely good to block in your shapes before detailing them first to make sure it's working correctly. So this will get refined quite a bit, but generally speaking, it's okay. Here, I'm not sure where I'm going with this, but we'll see if I use it in the end. Taking just a disc shape and transforming it with the same transform as the like engine has, so it's in the same position. And I don't know what I'm going to do with it, but probably something. So I think I knew, I'm trying to think my thought process here. I believe I knew I was going to have like this broken down into two different sections for the engine. It'd be like the engine frame, which goes up and then pushes down into the panels. And then the actual engine, which is like, I don't know, the engine with the emissive and all that stuff is going to be extruded out of that frame. So I knew that I couldn't just multiply, I think, like the pushed in shape because I want it to go up and down as well. So I believe I'm going to have to copy it, blend copy it into the final graph. So I think I was just trying to think ahead of what I'm going to do. Pretty much any time I use a transform 2D, it's almost always set the tiling mode to absolute and set it to no tiling. So I'm just plugging like a squished square shape into the shape mapper, and I'm also going to push, or I guess I might not plug it into this splatter circular, but I'm sort of experimenting right now with cutting like a radial panel lines into the engine frame, and I'm trying to figure out, do I want to do that with a shape mapper, which kind of warps and tapers those lines, or if I do it with a splatter circular, I can get clean straight lines. So I think I end up going with the splatter circular in this case. Yeah, you see the shape mapper, the black lines get tapered, and I didn't want that effect. It's good for other things, and I do use it later. So just grabbing my paraboloid. And I decide, let's see, I actually end up using a shape cone, and the reason I do that is because a cone goes from black to white linearly to make a cone, whereas a paraboloid is more of like it's a paraboloid shape. It gives kind of like more like a dome. And so if you're remapping a cone or a paraboloid in a curve, your values in the curve are going to be, it's going to respond differently. So if you use a cone, since it's linear and the original curve graph is linear, your mapping is basically 1-to-1, whereas a paraboloid, it's not going to necessarily do that. So whenever I want like a circular shape to be manipulated, I use a shape cone instead of a paraboloid, so my curve is more accurate. So here you can kind of see where this is going. We got like an outer frame, and then it dips down in the middle, and then that's going to, later on we'll add another piece in that middle part that's the like engine extrusion. And this shape's going to get tweaked a good amount. And of course I'll have to blend it eventually with the 3D, with the graph, and see it in the 3D view before I like make any final decisions about it. But looking ahead, you can see we have the splatter circular node just sitting there off to the right, and that we can subtract. We can bevel it and subtract it on top of this frame shape. And that'll give like kind of a cut up panel lines, like this engine frame was built in 8 different pieces instead of one continuous donut shape. And I don't think I take the top of this curve completely to white because I thought I'd leave a little bit of room, maybe for some extra like detail on top later. And also I want this to be lower than the inner engine like turbine thing. Um, so there's no reason. I mean, you can take it to white and then adjust the values of it later with levels or something. But I think my thought process here was I'll just keep it slightly under white so I can put something else on top of it if I want, which I don't think I ended up doing. So here we are beveling the splatter circular. Got these really thin beveled lines, and we're just going to subtract it right on top of that. You can see that cuts that donut shape into eighths. So, when it was manufactured, it was kind of more modular and then assembled that way as opposed to just one piece. In hindsight, I feel like I'm detailing a little too much right now. I much prefer working on the big shapes first, so I feel like I could have taken that donut shape, blended it in, and then did the engine turbine. And then once I was happy with those two shapes blending together, I could have done this. But that's okay. It's not too much extra effort just to add these lines. So here we are trying to blend this, figure out how this blends with the panels. So I had to create a mask, and you can see because we subtracted those lines on top, it doesn't give us a super clean mask, which is not ideal. Changing the level out to 0.55, which corresponds to the panel height. Just copying it on top. I think I might play around with different blending. Yeah, so lighten, you see it filled. It's filling that center area. It's not pushing it down, which is not what I want. And the other problem with this is I think the levels, they're raising like the base value up to the panel height, so it's not actually pushing down. So I think I imagine I'm going to rework this. Set it to copy. And I think I have to find a different method of blending this. I have to push that down to 0 because I really do want that inner part of the donut to be pushed in below the panel line. So I just copy it on top, and then I manipulate the curve profile to be the proper height. It looks like. Oh, here's another trick. So you can see we're getting that weird square around the donut. So there I just I masked it out, basically, which you sort of have to do. Using the original cone histogram scanning it to be full black and white, plugging it into the blend mask. And now just getting real close in the 3D view and tweaking those curve anchor points to kind of set that right on top of the panels. So this is definitely not as like accurate as using a levels node, but because I tried doing that before, and we ended up filling the inner donut part, we couldn't really use that method for this. Yeah, just playing around with the shape. You can see that bottom-most anchor point all the way to the left. That's probably around 0.55, and I didn't think of it at the time, but now that I do think about it, that would actually correspond to like our levels workflow, where we set it to 0.55, which is equal to the panel high height. So I should have checked that, but it looks pretty close because the ones I'm manipulating now are at 0.63. You can see that on the left side of the y-axis of the graph. It tells you the number. So I'm guessing that lowest value is around 0.55. Lots of tweaking. Definitely felt like these cut-in lines were a little too strong, so I think I backed them off a little bit. I don't really care too much about what's happening at the very bottom part of the donut, other than I want it to be pushed down. But the wedge shapes created from these panel lines, you're not going to see that because it's going to get covered up by the engine turbine. So I didn't like bother removing them or anything. See, that's some pretty good depth. It's getting pushed down pretty deep, which is what I wanted. So there's a tiny little pixel there of dark, and I just softened my mask position to 0.98 or 0.99 just to soften that a teeny bit. I didn't want to have any like rogue pixels be being pushed up or down anywhere that I didn't want, so that just cleaned that up. Still playing with this donut shape, trying to figure out, what I want it to look like. And it's getting there. It's a lot of tweaking sometimes. I think I'm thinking ahead, and this is where it would be useful to block in the engine turbine right now, because then I could see how those two shapes relate to each other as opposed to kind of working in a vacuum right now with this donut shape. Um, like it might look cool now, but then when I add the engine turbine on top, it might be like, well, now it needs to change again. And I just pull that cone shape to our shape frame. Going to be reusing that a good amount. Yeah, now that I'm happy with that donut shape, I think I'm just evaluating and thinking about what the next step is. Kind of designing as I go. Yeah, the whole designing as I go process. Um, I think it's good in some cases, but you'll see as this tutorial progresses, like especially towards the end when I'm masking out pieces that are different materials on this, it would have been probably would have been smarter to like organize my graph a little bit different. Um, but oh well, we'll go into more depth about that later. So here's the engine turbine shape. Just playing around with the size. You can uniformly scale with the transform 2D. If you hold, I think it's Alt and Shift, um, it'll scale it uniformly in all directions. There's a little turbine popping out. There I'm lowering the max height again, and that's partially so I have some room on top to play with, similar to how I did the donut. And it could also just have been because it was too tall. And that's a quick way to adjust it. So I'm going in and adjusting my curvature values again. It really felt like there was this illusion that those walls of that engine turbine weren't linear and they were like curving in. So you can see like curvature smooth gives you these nice gradients across surfaces, but I think that was kind of messing with my head with like what does this shape actually look like? So I just toned that down. Yeah, so I deleted that levels node right after that transform for the donut because you can see I'm tweaking the curve is going to control the height, not levels. So it's important to like change this curve to get it how you want. And one, it gets rid of the levels node, which is a slight optimization. But the downside is you have less like range to work with, I guess, in your curve. Like those anchor points are pretty close together, and it gets a little difficult to work with. Like they kind of like sometimes snap to each other, or I don't know. It's nice when it's a little more spaced out to work with those anchors. So here we're just playing with the shape. I kind of like how it kind of slopes and curves inward. Just kind of bouncing back between the donut and the turbine shape and the curves. playing with them to see how much detail I can squeeze out of them and how they relate to each other with their heights. And you can see there, you don't even see that lip anymore because it's too far below where the donut, like, because it's max light and it's the value of it's too low. So I just play with that. And so there we have a pretty good lip at the bottom of the turbine that sits well inside the donut. It's all still below the panel line, the panel base layer, which is what I wanted. Some extra detailing now that we have like the heights set where we want. We can change the middle piece and add another layer of like a turbine shape and just kind of play around with it. You can get a lot of detail out of these curve profiles. Adding a couple more anchor points towards the right side to make this like center bulge piece. You can see like the profile of the curve shape, the distance that it's traveling is relating pretty closely one-to-one with the 3D view. And as I mentioned before, if you were to use a shaped paraboloid, these values would look different. Like that center peak might be higher than it should be in the curve, but it might look okay in the 3D view because of the arcing, the way that the gradient fall off is for the paraboloid. So shaped cone, it's good. So I just copied the splatter circular node that I was using before, increased the pattern amount to 32, playing with the radius. And these are going to be like little, I don't know, cage or fins or, I don't know, fan things inside the turbine. So bevel that. Then we're going to max lighten it on top of the curve, I believe. Yep. And I also added levels because we're going to have to like sink this down and lower the height values. Looks great. Push that down. Yeah, we're getting a lot of like crazy jaggies and stuff from the tessellation. Like this is too detailed for the tessellation to kind of like figure it out. So I might beef up the fins with the bevel a little bit. So you can see in the inner circle, um, we're getting like a disc shape right below that dome in the middle, and that's because the splatter circular is like overlapping towards the middle. Those lines are overlapping, and it's just creating a circle basically. So I think I'm gonna have to split the fins into two separate pieces, where like there's like an outer ring and an inner ring, and the inner ring's gonna just have less like amount. So there's less overlapping in the middle. But I decided before I do that, I'm gonna mess with this more. I'm just adding like a little tiny lip right on the side edge of the turbine, which gives it a nice little detail. And that's actually going to come into play later as we detail it more. We're going to create some like ribs that run along like the inner walls of the turbine, and they're going to end at that point. Also, you can see with the splatter circular, it's spilling out all the way to like the donut shape. And I think we're just going to either play with the radius or just mask it out, because we don't want that. Yeah, decreasing the size Y amount, that should help. Okay, so there, I guess I'm just looking at getting it to sit on that outer ring first. So changing those amounts, the Y amount, to be appropriate just to sit in that outer ring. A little bit of a balancing act, but there it is. And I'm going to thicken them up a little bit, because like I said, we were getting some like really bad tearing with the tessellation. So now they got a little more mass to them, and they read better, and they don't look like someone was trying to stretch a triangle forever. I just copy paste the splatter and the bevel to do the inner fins. And we're going to decrease the pattern amount quite a bit to 16. Change the radius down. And now, when we blend this in, we'll just blend it with the other fins, because we want the levels, like, that's going to be a global height change for both of them. We want them the same height. So there we go. We're still getting a teeny little bit of an inner circle right around the edge of that dome. So there, I decreased the pattern amount to 12. And now it's gone. It's finally gone. Now I'm just kind of playing around with the pattern amount for the outer ring. there's still some overlap between the two. That'll get cleaned up in a minute, but at the moment I'm just trying to change some pattern amounts and see what I get. Pulling out the good old calculator, figuring out how much I have to rotate this for it to be perfect. It looks like the angle is 15 degrees. Even though, yeah, that did something. And then I blended it on top of itself. There we go. So I just blended, I rotated it so it was offset, and then I could fill in the gaps. So now we have the appropriate amount without having the problem of having the circle in the middle. Now we change the radius so it doesn't spill into the outer ring. Looks like I'm zoned out or something. Going back to the original turbine curve shape, doing a little bit more work on this. I want that dome shape to come up and then dip down in the middle again, like so. Yeah, you can see like the curve editor is getting pretty tight. I wish there was a way to like maximize it or just make it bigger so you had more room to play with the anchors. It gets pretty tight sometimes. So I'm adding here, I'm actually re-adding a little lip around the dome that I was trying so hard to get rid of with the splatter circular. But I thought it was weird having the fins just like go directly into that dome piece. So I wanted to add a little edge there. And actually, it is slightly different result than what you get from the splatter circular, because the splatter circular, when you bevel it, the shape of the circle isn't like exact. It's kind of like I don't know, like a gear shape almost. So this is actually a perfect circle there. the scale a little bit. When I scaled it up, I lost that little lip at the bottom of the engine turbine on the outside. Kind of like, you can see my mouse moving. I'm kind of in my head drawing shapes and designing and thinking about what I'm going to do next and what this thing's going to look like. I thought like it'd be cool to have, since this is like a circular element, it'd be cool to have some like stuff that are partially circular radiating off of it. So I'm taking that wedge shape, it looks like. I'm actually not sure what I'm doing. Oh, okay. Yeah. So this, if you ever looked at like a jet engine on like a fighter jet or something, um, they have these like fins, or they're broken up into like multiple panels around the whole turbine, and I think they can even like expand or contract and make the opening bigger or smaller. So this is the shape that I'm trying to create and splatter it around the sides, the outer edges, the outer sides, the outer walls, I should say, of the engine turbine. And there I actually use the shape mapper node, because that basically maps any shape you put into it like perfectly in like a circle shape. Whereas if you use splatter circular, it's not going to warp the input shape at all. It's just going to stamp it. And this actually bends and warps it so that it's like a seamless circle of your shape. I'm pretty sure there's some experimentation that's going to go on soon with this. But in the end, it all works out. So there you can see, like, maybe you can look ahead and see where this could be useful if we sort of like multiply that shape on top of the side panels. Another cool thing, like if you double click on a node, it's going to show up in the 2D view. So I double clicked on the shape mapper, and then I went and single clicked on my like tapered square shape, and you can see I'm just transforming it, but I can see the final output in the 2D view, which is helpful, while you're tweaking things. Just playing with a few of the settings in the shape mapper. Didn't end up using any of the rotation or flip 1 on 2. I inverted it because I figured if I want this to cut into the shape, I need to have like a uniform color. Like here I don't have uniform color. If I multiply it, it's going to multiply the corners in that inner circle as well. So I think I do end up inverting it in the end. I guess we'll see. You can see multiply. Yeah, it's like making all the corners really dark and the inner circle dark. Changing the width of the shape mapper to try to map it to just the walls. And I'm clicking back and forth between the engine shape and those fin shapes, seeing like, does it line up? Is there could be any complications with this? And that's why I decided I need to invert this, because I'm losing all my information because it's multiplied, and that black is covering up like half of the stuff I already made. set this to subtract. And there we go. Now we can see that the full engine shape is intact, and we're just subtracting these panel lines on top, or fin shapes, or I don't know what you want to call them. And I want to skew it to give a nice, cool, like aggressive, like angled. And you can kind of feel like, I feel like when you skew it, it gives you that illusion that it could open or close in some cases, kind of like a mechanical iris. Or like a lens of a camera. So because I skewed it, I kind of, I'm not sure, kind of messed up my mask that cleaned up the edge detect. So that's pretty close. I think I just used this transform 2D with a square to just quickly mask out that random corner piece that's still there. Yeah, so there was like a little black artifact in the top left corner that I just masked out. Beveling that shape mapper, that'll give it some depth. It'll give it that slope that we want for the normals to pick up, and kind of reduce any tessellation artifacts as well, just a little bit. Bevel nodes used like on pretty much every piece we make. And you can see I still haven't even plugged this into the main graph, so we're not seeing it in a 3D view, because I still feel like there's things that I need to change and add to it before I want like it to start lagging my 3D view. So I'm trying a flood fill here, flood fill a gradient, because I want these panel shapes to have a slope basically, so they're not all completely flat. They kind of overlap each other. It gives this illusion of overlapping each other, and it looks like the flood fill is not giving me what I want. So I delete that. And I couldn't really find like an elegant way of doing this other than manually like manipulating a gradient linear. with itself to kind of line up and create this linear shape, or this gradient across this fin shape. Here I'm just rotating it, putting it out in my shapes. And I copied the skew. I set the tiling to actually work, and I'm gonna see if I can blend this gradient on top of my skewed panel. And I end up thinking about this a different way. So I think this failed again. Yeah, this was tricky, and like I said, I couldn't really find an elegant way of solving this, other than just manually placing and masking two gradients together, which you'll see. Yeah, so it doesn't look like I'm doing much right now, but I am thinking about it. And as you get more comfortable with Substance Designer, um, you can kind of like partially build graphs in your head, I guess. And I think that's what I was doing there. Is I'm thinking about, well, if I do this, is that going to work, or am I going to seam there? Is that going to blend well? And then once I feel like I've troubleshooted it in my mind, I try to put it into practice. So just starting off by blending a gradient on top of that shape, the unskewed shape. And I basically want the white to line up with the far right white edge of the fin, and that you just had to manually position it. Now I need that gradient to continue into that black area and wrap around, basically. But I can't just use the regular gradient because the black is going to stop at the right edge of the white fin, and then you're just going to get this hollow black areas in those, like the top and bottom middle part. So I squish that. That looks pretty close. To check your tiling, here's a trick to add a transform, then just offset it, and you can see it actually does not tile. So I take that top transform and I just start stretching it until I feel like it blends seamlessly enough with the other gradient. And like I said, it's not elegant. It's if anyone has a better idea how to do it, I would love to know. Yeah, so I'm just zooming in real close to where that seam is, and then either stretching or shrinking the gradient. And now looks like it tiles. So now we have a gradient. We have this overlapping shape that was created, and we could just plug that into a skew, and or copy paste the same skew that we use, so it's the same amount. Then we can blend that on top and have a overlapping illusion. And in the end, you'll see it's pretty subtle, but it's there. So I'm gonna play with the blending modes here. Screen, So I have the gradients, and then I have the actual inset lines subtracting on top. If I didn't have those inset lines, you just get a pretty sharp transition between like each panel. Soft light seems to work okay. So I'm adjusting the radius and the width to map this to just the outer walls of the engine turbine. And we'll just copy those numbers for the panel lines. And you can see there's some weird, kind of some weird artifacts going on that I'm not too happy about. I'm not sure if I ended up solving them. But these details are pretty subtle anyway. So I think in the grand scheme of things, like a minuscule little artifact is not make or break. I don't remember if I changed it or not. So here I'm multiplying my like height map of the engine turbine on top of the gradient fins, and that basically it helps establish like the shape of like how it's mapped to the height map, if that makes sense. So basically it just darkens areas that are lower, and I feel like when you use like soft light or screen, it kind of helps it just blend a little bit nicer. So yeah, those artifacts, they're from the bevel, where the top and bottom of those panel lines, the bevel is making them come in. So on the top and bottom, it's not fully, like you're getting a hot spot. And it's very subtle, but I'm not sure if I fix it or not. I guess we'll find out. There, I finally plug it into the height map. So all that time I was just working in 2D mode. And here we can see the results, and we're like, okay, there's some tweaking to do now. Yeah, there's quite a bit of like ugly stretching going on. So I have to tone down those panel lines. And you see, like, I tone them down so much that that little bevel artifact is not an issue. You can't tell anything. So now it kind of has like that turbine camera lens mechanical like thing to it, I guess. That was the whole idea behind the shape. It looks like the gradient is actually pretty successful when you really look at it. It's subtle, but it does have like a subtle overlapping feel to it. So those are only applied to the sides, but I do end up eventually making like a top lip for those fins to give them some I don't know, some depth and three-dimensionality to it. So on that top rim, we're eventually gonna tidy that up and continue those panel lines. some graph organization. So here I'm taking a disc shape and a square shape, and I'm transforming them to create this capsule shape. And I'm going to mirror that in the y direction. Now we have this capsule shape. We can use that, we can bevel it, we can invert it, we can use it for multiple different things. It could be like an inset vent, it could be a button, it could be a pipe. And in this particular case, we're going to use it as sort of like a vent. And I like to do like 3x3s and then mask it out, as opposed to doing like a 3x1 and then having to control the size scale. Although it looks like I end up doing that anyways, because you see it just got squished because I upped the value to 6. So there we have to change like the vertical size there. Although it looks a little weird. Yeah, okay. Well, sometimes I do 3x3, then mask it out, and then I'm happy and I will duplicate that shape so there's no distortion. But here, I don't know if this is one-to-one exact with the original capsule shape. It might be stretched a little bit, but for this purpose it's fine. So I just bevel it there, and we're going to shape mapper it. 6, which corresponds to the donut like panel splits. There's like 6 sections of the donut. And again, I'm just testing does splatter circular work better. You can see it looks very like hexagonal, whereas shape mapper bends the shape around the circle. So I do both because I don't know which one I want, at least not yet. I'm just pulling off this engine up top, giving myself some room to work. See how this looks if I subtract it. increase the radius and probably change the rotation somewhere. That didn't work. There is a rotation, ring rotation, I think it is. Pretty sure I'm looking for it right now. I don't think I end up going with the splatter circular. There it is, ring rotation. So I'm just offsetting that so it's not on the panel lines. So inverting it and blending it, multiply with low opacity, kind of make cuts in these big vent shapes. I'm just trying to subtract it instead of multiplying it, see if that gives me any different blending results. Gonna give the shape mapper a try. Obviously it's pretty heavy right now. But I think I end up liking this more. I like how it wraps around the circle instead of making these like rows of events. It's wrapped. And they're extending too far, like close to the panel lines, so I think I do a transform and then just shrink these shapes down so there's some space between. Yep. So I gotta turn off tiling there. Now you have a gap and kind of control the spacing between each panel. And I like that result more than the splatter circular. Just lots of tweaking to get it to sit where I want. Nothing too special. One quick thing I just did there, if you double click on like the input nodes for a blend, or really for any node, it'll show what that input is in the 2D view. So it's a quick way to figure out, like if you have a blend node and then you can see off screen something's coming in, you can just double click on the input, and then in your 2D view it'll show up like, hey, this is what's being inputted. Adding a splatter circular again with a square shape. Lots of pattern amount. Not 100% sure where this is going. This might be just adding like random like little relief squares along the edges or along the outside of the donut. Some random scale there. I turn that off. Random X. A little bit of random Y maybe. Changing the radius so those are pushed out right to the edge of the donut. Right before like that little flattened lip that fixes it to the panels underneath. Play with the angle random, kind of cluster some together. And then pretty sure there's going to be some mask random here too. I end up doing, I was thinking about doing luminance, but I decided no, that's not a good idea. That'll kind of mess with the bevel and not work. It's a random mask that'll randomly distribute some square shapes along the outside of the frame. Bevel it. Here I'm trying that same trick where I multiply like the height map that I'm going to blend these shapes into on top in hopes that helps the max lighten or screen a little bit better. Reasonably successful, I guess. That's working reasonably well, I guess. I'm not sure. I think for maybe a different piece, I do something a little bit different. The thing with beveling is it's going to bevel all the sides, right? And in this case, on like a steep slope, you might not want that edge that's going to be in the lowest spot to be beveled, because with perspective and stuff, you probably wouldn't see that. It might just be extruded straight out of that. Looks like I changed the blend mode back to max lighten. So here I think I'm doing what I was just describing about having an undesired result of having it beveled on all four sides of the square. So here I'm creating a gradient linear 3, rotating it, and setting my splatter circular input to the image input, the pattern. And then I'm going to blend a gradient linear 1 with this histogram scan so I can control the contrast of it. Alright, now that this little graph is set up, we're going to set that to multiply with the linear gradient 1 on top. Excuse me, min darken, yeah, because we want to like chop off the area. Here you can position the gradient 3 with histogram scan to kind of control like the side bevel amount. So here it's just like a more controlled bevel where you can have different values for the sides or the top and bottom of those squares. And I think it's inverted right now, I believe. We'll see what happens. Yeah, so I just rotated that 180 degrees, I believe. Yeah. So I'm kind of like, I don't know, faking perspective in some ways, or I don't know, I guess, I don't know if that's the right way to describe it. But now we don't have a beveled edge. I guess it's on the top part. So it looks like those pieces are just moving straight up as opposed to being beveled out like in the normal direction almost, and having like stretched bevels, because the bottom would be, if the bottom's on like a very steep slope, it's going to really stretch that bevel out. So this gives us just a little more control of the shape. Kind of just playing with those little relief shapes that the pattern them out. Yeah, it's a nice thing about Designer. You can set your graph up, then again play with the random seed, pattern amounts, and quickly change the results. And here I'm just plugging in a different, like before I min darken that gradient 1, I was like, what's it look like with the previous shape step? Didn't like it, so reverted it. That's one thing I'm trying to be careful of when I'm changing these relief shape patterns and pattern amount is that they don't overlap across the panel lines. So that's just a little quick check that I did, running around the whole sides of it, making sure it's okay. You can of course avoid that if you have like if the math lines up with the amount of patterns you're distributing. Since there's like 6 of the main panels, maybe doing 36 relief shapes and then offsetting it would avoid any sort of overlapping of panel lines. But I think I just used a random number. I'm using a histogram scan with the engine turbine, like final output basically, and trying to find a mask, I believe, to like control the insides of those fins. And it's basically a preliminary mask for like emissive, I guess. That's what I think I'm doing. I think that's what I'm doing. We'll see. So there, okay, I just undid it, but I think I do use that later. You can see when you transform no tiling stuff, um, when you, yeah, if the background that you originally have is not black, when you transform it, it's going to be black. So you can actually use the matte color and the color picker inside the transform 2D node to fill those black areas with whatever color you want. And here I just wanted it to be like an even coating of blue, or not blue, gray. Um, and yeah, I don't think it mattered in this case. Yeah, just trying another histogram scan, trying to find those areas inside those little fins in the turbine. I'm sinking that area down a little bit more, and I think it's going to give me a little bit more range to work with this mask. Pulling, that was a little trick. If you hold, sorry, I think it's either Control or Alt on the input of a node, you can like copy that same input to another node. So it's a quick way, like I knew that curve node had a shaped cone going into it, and I was like, well, I just want to grab that cone shape without scrolling all the way to the left again. So I just held that hotkey and then pulled it into the histogram and it copied it. And that way I can, or maybe I use it, oh, sorry, never mind. What I was going to say was I can use that histogram scan to create a mask for the engine, but it turns out it looks like I'm just using a transform 2D and transforming just a disk shape into the mask. Then inverting it for some reason. Oh, okay. So here we're blending the inverted disk shape mask. We're going to add it, and I basically need just a black mask of those inside fin shapes. So here I'm transforming that disk shape down, and there you go. We'll invert it finally, so we get white where the inset is, and that can be used in our emissive channel. So I have to create an emissive channel there, so I copy pasted one of our outputs, identifier E, emissive, change the usage to emissive. You can plug that into here. So it's going to be, I think it's going to be white. And you right click in your like graph, and you can do view outputs in 3D, and that's going to take all your outputs and compile it to the 3D view. So that's how you get the emissive to show up. So I'm going to remap with a gradient map the color, because we don't want white engine exhaust. Just going to try out a few colors here. And the mask is very sharp. It's basically just black and white, and you can see we're getting some stretching. So I decided to lower that contrast of the histogram to give it a little bit softer feel. And then just playing with it, trying to figure out like where this engine is gonna, like the engine emissive is gonna start with these numbers here. And this, I mean, I'm really skipping ahead with this. Normally I would just do this when I'm working on my color information, but it was fun. It's just a little tangent from working on the height map, and it's kind of cool to see it working the way you want. And also this helps with like a little bit of design too. Like I'm thinking ahead of like what color do I want this, and then what color do I want the hole to be, and any paint or anything like that. So I don't end up going with orange. I end up going with like a light blue. And then that kind of helps me visualize later like what would look good with light blue engine exhaust and etc. Call that emissive. So here I'm pulling a paraboloid shape, transforming it by copying the transform from the disk shape, and I'm going to blend that on top of my emissive mask. Multiply, so you can see there. Yeah, I don't think I used divide. I'm pretty sure I settle on multiply, but we'll see. But anyway, the idea is I want to have some variation from like the outer edges to the inner edges, where I want the inner fins to be hotter and brighter than the outer ones. So there I just multiplied it on top. And then I'll use a histogram range, which is the wrong node. That was an accident. Histogram scan. And that'll control like the contrast and clamping of this. So there you can see it's a little bit dark around the edges. And now when you plug it into this gradient map, we can remap some of these values again. So the darker it is, the closer to black it gets. The lighter it is, the closer it is to that blue. It just gives a little bit more color range and kind of fakes like an intensity of it. Like the inside is going to be hotter because it's brighter and closer to white than the outside of the turbine. Yeah, once we get around to the color pass, which won't be for quite a while, I already sort of was thinking that it'd be nice to have more contrast between that emissive material and the engine turbine. So I was already thinking ahead, like I think like a dark gray, like a gunmetal gray or close to black. Engine turbine would really like accentuate the contrast between like the emissive and the metal and kind of make it feel more bright. Here it looks like I'm transforming, no tiling, a square shape and beveling it. Gonna use that a lot. Levels. So I copy that whole thing, max lighten them together. Maybe. Click. Histogram range. Okay, so I copied that transform because I want to have another square shape sitting on top of this shape. Scale that down. There we go. Setting that bottom piece to 0.4 so that sits close to the, or no, I'm sorry, 0.4 is not the right number. I think that was just a random number for now. That max lightening, that smaller square on top of it. Yeah, so I always work with like pure black and white shapes before beveling. Because if you bevel, like before, sorry, I transform black and white shapes prior to beveling. Because if you transform after beveling, it's gonna like stretch, and your bevel's not gonna be uniform across all the edges. Um, so it makes the process, I think, pretty simple. That you're working with a black and white shape that's like your silhouette or the profile of your shape you're gonna put on top, and then you bevel it to give it depth, and then you can manipulate that bevel gradient with a curve, which is what I did just there. And then you set the height value with levels to control like how far up or down it goes. And at this point, I don't think anything else we do is going to be pushing into the panels, so the rest of our blending is pretty much just going to be max lighten on top of itself, on top of like the previous height map. Just cleaning up a little bit. These two gradient 3s that we used earlier, I'm going to throw those down into the shape frame. That way I know where they are and I can reuse them. You can see like all those splines just running off to the right, and they're going to be crisscrossing all over our graph. And I should have been a little bit more conscious of like cleaning that stuff up early on. But if I start making anchors, or I don't know what they're called, pins? No, they're not pins. They're like little redirects for your splines. If I did that too soon, I felt like I would have had to lock down like the layout of my graph too early, and I think I end up moving like right now everything's moving left to right, but I end up doing like a different layout for my graph where it goes from top left and it kind of cascades down to the right, and then it resets and goes back up top left, cascades down to the right. And if I had like all these like redirect anchors for the splines, it might have been like a little more annoying to redo those. So the graph gets a little like messy and squiggly with all those splines crisscrossing all over the place. But in your version that you get, you should see it be relatively clean. So here I'm making a pipe shape with a beveled end. And I did that just by remapping gradient 3 with a curved, because gradient 3 is basically like a pyramid shape. So I remapped those two linear gradients to be curved, and that created like the first pipe cylinder. And then I used histogram scan and min darken that on top of it to control like that beveled edge. And I'm just saving two versions basically here. I have one that has the beveled edges and one that does not. And I'm gonna pull both of them over here. Kind of start to work with some pipes. So here I'm just gonna transform it. Rotate it 90 degrees, and I want these pipes to be coming out of the top of this box shape. Max lighten is fine, but we need to use the levels and bring it down. So it's popping out of the side. There we go. And here's something I mentioned earlier where if I was a little bit more organized, I probably wouldn't incorporate this pipe shape into this box. And that's because when I mask out at the end materials, like I'm gonna want my pipes to be a different material than the box. Like the box will be like a painted metal, the pipes will be like exposed, like dark gray metal or something like that. And probably should have separated the pipes into like their own thing. And I do that in some cases for the bigger stuff, but these little ones I end up just incorporating them into like the whole box shape, and um, later on it's a little bit more work to mask it all out. But it helps you visualize like sooner what it's going to look like to be putting them in now. I guess I should have just, I don't know, maybe I could have still put it in now. I just should have done it in like a different blend area. That's, yeah, because here I'm transforming this whole thing, this box and pipe shape, into the main height map. And really I should have just transformed the box and then transformed the pipes separately along with any other pipes that I wanted. And then it just would have made masking a little bit easier later. Still works out in the end though. Organization and labeling is always helpful. Gonna need a lot more room. So here I added a blend node, max lighting on top with a histogram scanned mask of the whole thing. And I still haven't plugged it into the full graph, but it'll get there in a second. And I'm just kind of placing this, like deciding where I want this box shape to be. And I know I wanted it to be kind of spilling into that big inset area. There's something funky going on there. Yeah, I needed to remap the levels outputs to like a more appropriate value. Um, so they were above the panel lines. Now they're above the panels and it's working a little bit better. Just gonna rotate it and play around with like the position here. So this big box shape that's kind of extruded out of the inset and then lays flat on top of the panels. Now I'll finally plug it into the main graph. There's obviously some tweaking we have to do. It's tricky to get like pipe shapes because they should ideally be like half cylinders. Like they look really pointy. So that's why it's important to lock down your like tessellation scale, or not really tessellation, but yeah, your scale, your height scale. We locked it down at 2.5 earlier. So that way, like if we changed it and made it 3, now that's going to stretch everything and our cylinders won't be cylindrical anymore. They'll be pointy again. And that's something to keep in mind. Like once you move into marmoset or something, and if you use displacement or tessellation, you want your height scale to be like make these cylinders be half cylinders, or else you're just gonna have stretched, weird looking stuff. So I'm just tweaking these shapes a little bit, the bevel amount, You can see we already got a lot of quick detail just by using that curve and manipulating like the bevel shape. Gotta lower those pipes there because they're too stretched out. And it can be tricky sometimes to like get a good camera angle. But just keep rotating around your model and try to find like a real close side view of that cylinder and try to make it as close as you can to the half cylinder. You can pretty quickly block out some of these shapes, these blocky shapes, just with a few transform squares, beveling, and a curve node, and then blending that on top of itself. Just gonna name this box into inset because that's what it is, a box going into that inset piece. Yeah, I found like naming blocks of nodes to be kind of weird with this project because there's a lot of like blocky shapes that we're gonna do. So just like, I don't know, block 1, block 2, inset block 1, inset block 2, etc. So I'm taking the looks like the edge, the panel edge lines, and edge detecting it again to thicken the lines. And that edge detect mask is going to be masking out where we want to place these squares. And these little squares are similar to what we did on that donut shape, where they're just like small little relief shapes that pop out of the panels. Just kind of give it a little smaller details. There we go, beveling it. But yeah, the tile sampler, I don't know, I put it to like really high X and Y values and masked it out randomly, did some scale random. And that gives you a random scattering of these square shapes. 40 by 40 it looks like. And just remember, when you input a mask into a tile sampler, you have to set the mask map threshold to 1, or else it won't do anything. So I actually inverted that edge detect mask so that only the white areas it'll place the squares. And that just avoids the problem of having any squares placed in the cracks. And I'm also going to subtract the inset mask with it as well because I don't want any squares there. Screen that on top, that should work fine. You could also do a max lighten and levels, but this is okay. Now we create these little greeble bits. pretty subtle. Just playing around with the parameters of the tile sampler. Random seed, random scale. Yeah, so it looks like the mask was derived from right after the panels minor were added, so those were factored into the masking of it as well. Gonna name this panel relief detail. It's interesting for me to watch these back again just to see how much time is spent like organizing the graph, I guess. I think here I'm reevaluating these detail shapes on the engine turbine. As I said before, I want them to have look like they have some thickness and like they're wrapping around that top lip. So I just copy this shape mapper here for the fins, and I'm gonna plug in just a square shape. And I realize that the square shape has to be manipulated a little bit, scrunched horizontally to give some space between. So quickly just do that here. Gonna add it on top and then I'll be able to see what I'm doing with these radius and widths. So I want those black edges. Either I'm going to use the black edges or I'm going to scrunch the square so it's the white edges. I'm not sure which one yet. But I want that to line up with the corners of each fin. Right now it's like those seams are in the middle. So I'm rotating it. Looks like I'm trying to line the black lines up with it. It's off by a pixel. Unacceptable. So you can see once we blend it in on top, it gives some nice thickness to those fins. It was probably possible to incorporate this into the original shape, but at the time I wasn't thinking of it, so I'm adding it in afterwards. So here I've added another shape mapper and have a horizontally scrunched square again. Then I'm beveling that shape, and we're going to subtract it on top of our height map. And I'm not sure I keep it this way, but it is kind of a way, instead of like adding material in a sense, you can take it away with subtract. I don't think I end up liking the result. Here I'm doing that same trick that I did with the like the donut relief squares, where I don't want to necessarily bevel everything, I just want to bevel the sides in this case. See how that looks. So it's getting a lot of stretching because there's no gradient or bevel on that on those outer edges of the circle. So looks pretty bad. Yeah, I think I reevaluate how to do this, and I mean I just said you can subtract shapes from it, but I felt that adding in like pillars inside there was easier than subtracting the space away to create pillars. Yeah. It's also taking away, like, in order to create those pillars to come out, I have to cut too far into, like, the frame of the turbine, and I'm getting really close to that edge where the fin thickness comes in, and I didn't want that, so I'm pretty sure I redo it a different way, which is basically just creating a shape, a pillar shape, and then max lightening it on top instead of subtracting. I'm really trying to make it work. Maybe I do make it work. No, I don't think so. I think I scrapped this. It's close, but it's not 100% what I want. So it looks like I'm going to start a new approach here with splatter circular instead of shape mapper. And that's because I want these pillars to be nice and straight. I don't want them to taper at all. And I think I just manipulate the shape, change the radius and the length of it, the Y size, to get that to sit um, in the right spot. trying to bevel it for starters. I have a feeling this isn't going to work the way I want. Looks okay. Yeah, I think this works. Reduce the opacity a little bit. Yeah, I decided actually that doesn't work too well because the blending's a little awkward. I tend not to like tweak the opacity very often unless the layer is like screened or multiplied on top sometimes. But when you're max lightning, I think it's better to use a mask and then it levels, if the mask is even needed. But I think it just, I don't know, opacity, like the pixels start to bleed through from the underlying layer, and if you just use the levels to darken things, it's still gonna retain things and not have any bleeding from the layer below it. So just changing the shape to get this to sit and be the size I want. It's pretty close. There's a lot of tweaking that has to go into blending all these height pieces together. I think in the case of like 3D modeling, it can be a lot faster in a lot of ways. Yeah, like I could just quickly snap the tops of these pillars to the spot that I want, or I don't know. There's a small degree of inaccuracy with designer and like using levels to sync everything in and be the proper heights. But you can kind of see if any of you come from like a background with 3D modeling. This is basically a very similar process, only it's a graph and it's two-dimensional. But if you were to like sort of look at the history of every modeling action that you did, if you were to recreate this engine piece, it would be very similar. It would be like create a primitive circle, bevel it, extrude it in, create the profile, or and then instance and duplicate these ribs and pillars around the inside. Um, it'd be kind of a similar process, I think. So you can try to think of it that way. If that helps. The only negative, I guess, with designer is it is a lot of nodes and stuff that you have to do, and it can be a little tedious sometimes. Um, and when you look at it in the end, it's this like massive graph. Whereas if you were just modeling, you could collapse your stack or delete your history or whatever, and you just have this finished model that's all clean and stuff. Um, where this is like processing every node every time you make a change, and it can get a little chuggy on your computer sometimes. So I decided to add that gradient linear to create a little bit more of a slope for those ribs instead of just beveling them. Same thing that I did for the outer donut shape with those little relief shapes. So I'm going to start working on some like pipe shapes here. So I'm just taking a square, transforming it to be smaller. And here I think I give some examples how to do like a rounded square shape. So blur, high quality grayscale, and then histogram scanning it to clamp it. You could just regular blur, histogram scan it, position of 1. Excuse me, position of point, just anything below 1, I guess. But you see that that gives like a weird angle, like a corner almost on the regular blur. And the blur high quality, if you go back real quick, it gives like a crunchy edge. Like that's not good. I don't know why it does that, but it's ugly. So the distance node is a good solution. Yeah, there's a pinch there on the blur. Distance gives a nice, soft, round, clean edge to create this rounded, cornered square. And you just plug the square into both inputs, set it to only source, and also I think it's cheaper too to process. I didn't quite catch the times there, but I think it is cheaper. So here, because now we have this gradient with this distance node, we can use a gradient dynamic and then feed in a gradient linear shape that tiles, and that's going to remap our gradient from the distance node to these multiple pipe things. But I have to use a curve. Since it's a gradient linear that we plugged in a gradient dynamic, you have to use a curve to remap it to this, nice curved pipe looking shape. So you just saw some weird artifacts happening right in between the cracks, and that's because there's either not enough resolution or the calculation is just a little bit wrong, where it's trying to map that gradient linear to the curve, and it's giving like weird artifacts in between. So I edge detected the gradient dynamic, made it a small value, then multiplied it on top to set those to black, so there's no like weird artifacts in between each pipe. Or else you get like spikes in your height map. And then histogram scamming the distance node to create like a mask, and because the outside was white, we didn't want that, so I multiplied that mask on top. Now you can use another histogram scan with full contrast and then the position to kind of manipulate. You can like mask off how much of these pipes you want. So we had 4, I think, and I just masked it down to 2. Yeah, now I'm playing with the distance node to decide how much of like a curved corner I want. So the higher it is, the more curved it's going to be. The lower it is, the less of a curve you'll have on the corner. I'm going to call this double square pipe. I'm not even sure if I use that now. And that big block I just selected I did a quick test earlier just to make sure it was working, but you don't have to worry about that. I'm just pulling some of these shapes. So I have a rounded cube, or excuse me, a rounded square, and I'm just manipulating a regular square, and I think we're going to add these together. Copy pasted it, offset it. So you'll see the idea here is I'm creating like half of the node is black, half of it's white, and that creates a nice edge for an edge detect to happen later, and we can basically create like a shape of a pipe this way. And here I'm blending in this rounded corner via adding it, Now I could just rotate it around and try to line it up. So now I have this white edge that goes up and it rounds off to the right, slants about 45 degrees, and then goes straight up. So that's going to be a shape of a pipe once we edge detect it. And I found for me, that works well for creating a pipe shape. There, I had to invert the edge detect, edge width goes up. And you can see now we have like the silhouette of a pipe, a bent pipe. Just have to bevel it, and then I'm going to remap that bevel to a curve node because the bevel's linear, so we want it to be like rounded like a cylinder. I thought that rounded edge was too much, so I used a different rounded square that has a smaller bend to it. There'll be other instances later where instead of doing a single pipe, if you want to make a shape that has multiple pipes, you just have to alternate between white, black, like kind of like this zebra striping pattern in your node, and then you edge detect it and it'll pick up all the edges between white and black, and then you can create like multiple pipes. Or you can just copy paste, not copy paste, you have to transform and then blend it with the original to copy. You'll see that later. Whenever you have like a red spline going between two nodes, it just means that the color mode is like not compatible. So you have an input that needs to be grayscale, and you're trying to input a color map into it, and it might return an error. That goes back to like in the beginning, the very beginning, when I was setting up all those overlays. I had to convert the curvature smooth and curvature and ambient occlusion to color information via the gradient map, so that it would not give me a red line. And if you look at the nodes, if they have a little gray circle for the input or output, that means it accepts a grayscale input. If it's blend nodes have this. If it's like half gray, half orange, it can do either. Or if it's orange, it's color. So here I'm trying to place that pipe that we just made. So it doesn't look very rounded, it kind of looks pointy to me. But I think I fixed that later. Also, you can see it's bleeding pretty heavily into like the engine, and it's bleeding outside of that box to the bottom part of the box. So we'll have to use some like masking to mask it off. So here I'm adding that curve so I can round out that bevel so it's not so pointy. feel like this was really being stubborn. Like that curve profile doesn't look like a rounded cylinder to me. At least not yet. Yeah, there's this little point at the tip that I really not a fan of. It's looking a bit better. I think I leave it for now. Yeah, that's another thing that I didn't mention earlier when I was talking about setting like the height values of your panels, the engine. Like when you're really blocking out in the early stages, it might be good to throw in a pipe there because you can see this pipe that I just placed is getting pretty close to going over top of that box inset piece, and it's a pretty cylindrical pipe now. Um, but if that box piece was set any lower, or if the engine was any lower, it would just run right on top of it. Um, so here I'm actually pushing up the box, it looks like. But yeah, your cylinders or your pipes, they're pretty much, if you want them to look rounded, they're gonna have to be a certain height to do that. Either they'll be squished and they won't be rounded, or they'll be too tall and they'll be pointy and weird looking. So finding that balance between like what a rounded cylinder pipe looks like relative to the rest of your height information is important. And I think I honestly just got kind of lucky here. Like I wasn't thinking or planning about that. I guess I pushed my engine shape up enough and this box shape just barely up enough that I could squeeze in a pipe. But if this pipe was twice the size, it would have to be taller and then it would be on top of that box shape. So something to think about when you're designing yours. If you're using pipes, like just make sure that whatever they're running into, if you want them to run to the side of it, that what shape has to be taller than the pipe or brighter. Taller, brighter, same thing. So here's how you copy paste, I guess. Um, you just transform whatever shape you want to copy, and then you offset it, and then you add or max lighten it together with the original. Just like that. Move that down a little bit. They still feel a little pointy to me, not quite cylindrical. And I kind of like the look of it going through the donut, but not over the emissive part. Okay, here's a trick. The blend nodes actually have some cropping area or masking. You can call it whatever you want. It is called cropping area in the parameters. So that will cut off whatever input is coming into the top input of the blend. So there I set the bottom to 0.7, which cut off that bottom part of the pipes. And here I'm manipulating the top to cut off the top, part of the top at least, and then grabbing the mask from the engine, probably subtracting this. Let's see. Yeah, flipping it subtracting so it doesn't show up, but that's not quite right because it's getting cut off. I want it to actually touch the donut but not go through it. And here it's not even really touching because it's clipping out based off of like the furthest edge of the donut, which is that little lip around the base. Let's see what I do here. You could just transform it, scale it down a little bit. But I also did a trick there where if you want to reverse the first and second input for anything, mostly blend nodes is when I use it, you can highlight both and press X, and that'll flip which input is in the top and bottom. Really useful. So here I have another box shape. I must have missed it, but it looks like I just copy pasted the inset box shape because it's quick. And this little setup here where it's like a transform into a bevel, into a curve, into a levels is going to be very consistent with a lot of the pieces that we're going to make. So I tend to just copy paste those chunks. Here I'm adding a directional warp with a paraboloid as the intensity. And that gives it a little like bend to this square shape. Because I want this bracket to be curving around the outer edge of like the engine frame donut shape. And there's those last 4 nodes there where I did transform into levels and also into histogram scan, both into a blend. That's a very consistent setup with most of the shapes that we're going to be working with as well to get them to blend into our height map. So here I'm rotating into place. I feel like it probably needs to be bent more. Crank up that intensity to 50, 40. And there I'm doing the trick where I double clicked on like a height map further down the chain so I could see it in the 2D view, and then single clicked on that transform. And I can still use like the widget to manipulate the shape of that square while still seeing like the final composite of the height map. Another option that might have worked here is if I used Shape Mapper, and then I'd have to mask off like a chunk of the Shape Mapper just to get a single piece of it, but it would have a nice smooth arc to it. But this worked fine. It probably would have been more work to use a Shape Mapper with all the masking. Using that level is to control the height. And the low input should be pretty close to the panel high output, so it's sitting right on top. If you leave that levels all the way at black, that low input at black, you're gonna lose so much of the information that you're trying to build. Like it'll sink in down through the panels and you won't see it. So you only see like half of that box shape you're trying to create. That's why it's really important to have this final setup of like transform into levels and also create your mask with the histogram into the blend, because that levels is just crucial for setting things right on top of other things. So the idea here is to like, you have this engine piece, and then you have these little brackets coming off of it, and then they have pipes coming off of it that go to like, whatever, fuel supply or electric circuitry box or engine component or something. And I'm trying to basically, draw the eye from the engine down with the pipes into that square bracket, and then into the inset area where there's going to be a lot of detail and engine components. Kind of feel like it's all connected, like it's drawing power from that area. So here I pulled one of those pipe shapes that have the beveled edges, transformed it, and this is going to be like a coupling bracket, like a bigger cylindrical component coming out of the box that's connects to the pipe. So it's, something that it feels like the pipe could have screwed into it, or it's just like a nice transition between the pipe and the box that we're trying to make here. And this is going to be a different material in the end, which means we're going to have to mask it out. And it kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier, that it would have been good probably to do all these couplings separately and then blend them after I've placed all the boxes instead of with the boxes. Then I could just extract one mask and be done with it. But here I'm incorporating the couplings into this bracket piece, and I'm going to have to extract it separately and then retransform it and extract a mask from that. But again, you'll see that way later when we're working on the base color. Another advantage that I thought of about creating like the couplings separately, and I didn't do this in this graph, but you can create subgraphs within your substance file, and then they can output whatever you want, but I would output basically like a coupling shape, and then I would just use that wherever I need it. And it would sort of organize my graph a lot better. Same with like pipes, and same with even all the block details. Those could all be subgraphs organized by material to help with masking later. So I'd have all my block shapes, all my pipe shapes as separate subgraphs. And then this would be like a final composited graph where I would combine all those subgraphs together, and it'd be a lot less nodes in the final composite. But I thought for this tutorial I would just do it all in one graph, and it gets pretty busy later. But an advantage of that is it allows you flexibility wherever you want. Like, you don't have to dig into subgraphs to find stuff that you need. if you want to mask something out or whatever, or reuse a piece, it's all right there in the same graph. Um, so both, I think, are acceptable ways of working. Uh, I think you got to be a little bit more organized if you're going to do subgraphs and have to plan ahead a little bit more. But it's a great way to work. Um, but in this case, I did not do that. So here I'm preparing to create another piece, and I just selected a bunch of those box pieces and copied them because this formula is very heavily used in this graph. Um, create some type of box shape, bevel, curve, transform, levels, blend with the height map. So just quickly copy paste in to get the basic foundation of it. It's a quick way to get going. I just make a new transform node because that one had some rotation and I didn't want to try to straighten it out. So here we're making like a block piece that's going to sit right above the engine. And I also want to squeeze it right in between those panel lines. I don't want it to overlap into other panels. You certainly could. Just depends on what your preference is, I guess. I felt like it feels a little more tidy to have it feel like it's relating to the panel lines a little bit more and not just ignoring them. So sitting it right in between is how I wanted it. Another advantage of just copy pasting is if you want the same curve profile and the same like level heights, you just copied them. So it's really quick. Like that's already sitting in the proper position. I don't have to manipulate the levels at all. It's going to be the same height as the other block piece that I made. It's going to have the same curve profile. And I do end up optimizing the curve later. Like there's really no reason to copy paste the curve multiple times if it's going to be the same. What you can do with a bevel node is there's a parameter that says like use custom curve, and if you just set that to true in your bevel, you can plug in the curve into that slot and then just reuse the same curve. So there I just grabbed another chunk and copy pasted it. And this is going to be another bracket that's going to sit below the one we just made, but right above on the edge of the engine frame. And I want it to be bent just like the one on the bottom. So I reuse that bent piece. And we're just going to retransform it just to kind of like start fresh and make sure the rotation is good and clean. So back to what I was saying about the bevel and the curve. I haven't done it yet, and I do that much later. But yeah, you can just set the custom curve to true, and you can't just plug the curve into it because the curve needs an input as well. But if you plug a linear gradient 1 into a curve, then you can remap that gradient, and then you can plug that gradient into the bevel. It'll open up a second input for the bevel. Right now there's only one, but if you set that custom curve to true, you'll see a new gray dot appear on the left side of the bevel node, and that's your curve input. It's very helpful. And it's a time saver too, and it's optimized. So as you can kind of see already, we have these two block shapes, and we're eventually going to fill the space between them with some pipes. And that's kind of going to be the theme of this whole project, is creating some type of box or bracket shape and then running a pipe into it. That's essentially our design. There'll be a bunch of custom stuff. The stuff that's in the inset portions, those deep insets, that'll be slightly different. We'll get to that later, of course. Yeah, I noticed with this, I couldn't get it to line up like perfectly, but it gets close enough. Yeah, you can see the arc of that is not lined up with the arc of the engine frame. But once we sink it in, it looks close. doing that trick where I double clicked on the composited height map and single clicked on the transform 2D so I could still see the widget, and that just helps me be able to tweak that shape relative to the rest of the whole height map. Yeah, this transform right at the end before the blend, that's only for scaling and rotation and moving into place, or uniformly scaling, I should say. Um, you do not want to, I mean, you could, but I don't like to stretch any of the shapes that I just made. So like you could in theory stretch it out and you know mess up the width of each bevel and everything. But basically, I create a shape in the beginning of that chain that has all like the proper dimensions and proportions that I want. And then when I'm happy with that, I just use that final transform to move it into place and scale it uniformly down into place. There's another node which I didn't end up using at all. It's called the height blend node. Um, it's a condensed node basically that outputs, well, it takes two height map inputs and blends them together, usually with max lighten, and then you can output a mask as well from that same node. The masking is really useful for obvious reasons. You can get nice masks if you're blending different materials together. But I didn't use it in this project because I don't know if you can have, I'm actually not that familiar with it, but I'm not sure if it has a mask input to it, nor do I think it has, well, it probably has some level adjustments. Anyway, I'm not familiar with it, so I don't use it, as you can tell. Um, and also, I'm not sure if you can change the blend mode. Like it does max light and it might do mid and darken as well, but I don't know if you can like copy or screen or multiply two height maps together. So just for consistency, I have my little transform, levels, histogram scan into blend. Um, and yeah, I mean, I could possibly condense all that down into one single node and make a custom node myself, but I didn't feel that was too necessary. But height blend is cool. You should check it out. I just don't use it. Not right now, at least. So here, I'm trying to make some pipes. And all I did was use a tile generator with a pipe shape going into it, and set the x to 3, y to 1. And now with a histogram scan gradient linear 1, I can min darken that on top and create like a beveled edge. Now I'm going to scale it down and position it, turn off tiling. Move that into place. these aren't full pipes. These are going to be couplings again. So I definitely need a levels node here at some point. Because I'm missing, you can see I'm sort of missing half of those shapes because they're sunken down underneath the panels. Apparently, I wanted to know what was happening in April. So there's a levels node, and you'll see it pop. Like right now we're seeing half the pipes about, and now when we move that levels up to 0.55, that's consistent with or excuse me, 0.6, that's consistent with the panel height. You get a lot more of your pipes show up. And then we're just dialing the height down. Tweaking it a little bit so it doesn't spill over those brackets. Felt the bevel was a little too strong on those couplings. There we go. And all of this still isn't even blended with the original height, like the final height output. But as I said, I kind of like to work that way just to see what I'm doing. And you can tell for the most part, like if you're really looking at the height values, where things should be sitting. So I like to get it to a decent spot, and then you'll see I'll shift drag like the previous, like where the output's going into this final blend to move it over. Now I'm just changing the scale. I copy pasted that tile generator, changed the scale down a little bit to create some smaller pipes, thinner pipes I should say. Move the levels down a little bit, max lighten it on top, blend it in. Now we have pipes. I know I changed this to a different shape, so I'm curious what I'm gonna do next. Yeah, it wasn't quite spanning the distance between the two brackets, so I made those couplings smaller, so the pipes would be larger in proportion to them. Now I can transform this upwards. Now it's actually spanning that entire gap. I thought like, yeah, 3 straight pipes is cool, but I want one to be bent. So I think we mask out one of the pipes here and then have to recreate another one that's bent and blend it back in. So there you're getting a red line, and that's just because the transform doesn't have an input yet, so it shouldn't be anything concerning. Once we put an input, it's like, oh, it's grayscale, and it clears it up. It's actually unnecessary to use a transform for the masking. I could have just plugged in the 3 pipes into the top input of, okay, here we go. Yeah, so I'm using like the cropping area again, and I was able to clean up a couple nodes. So I cropped out one of those pipes just with the blend node. I have some room. I opened up one of those pipe slots for a custom pipe later. And there you see me shift dragging that output to my final output, and that's going to add everything in to my height. So here you see there's some stepping, and that's the first time we've seen that yet. But basically, if you click on your graph, set the output format to absolute and 16 bits per channel, it should reprocess and clean up those stepping. Basically, if it's 8-bit, there's not enough information for that gradient to to render right. So it's stepped because there's not enough information. Where if you use 16-bit, it retains a lot more color information for you, and you get smoother results. I'm not actually sure. I assume it's harder on your PC to process like all 16-bit nodes instead of 8-bit, but gotta do what you gotta do. My computer is really not special. It's pretty old. I think I built it about 7 years ago, and has 16 gigabytes of RAM, and it has a 770 GTX in it, and a 7-year-old i7. It's pretty old, and the graphics card's pretty outdated as well. But I was able to get through this project, though there was some chuggy parts. And you'll see in a later video, it was getting a little bit heavy, so I basically bypassed like half of my graph just by redirecting like what I wanted to show in the output, so it didn't have to calculate absolutely everything every time. It would just calculate half the graph, and I could see only what I was working on, because like the other stuff I knew was good, and I didn't have to worry about it, so I just would bypass it. So that's a little trick that could help you if your graph gets a little chuggy sometimes. Just bypass parts that you know are good. Depends what you're making, of course. Here we're making a bunch of like really isolated detail pieces, so like I could basically bypass the engine part right now, so it doesn't have to calculate all of that again. But right now my graph's running completely fine. Later on it gets a little chuggy. It's good fun. So it is important like to be optimized as you can, I guess. So that's one reason why I'm reusing the same shape nodes all the time. And I need to experiment with this more, but I'm wondering if those original shape nodes could be like 512 or something like that, because I mean, while I'm working, they're large, but then once I scale them down at the end, like relative to a 2K texture, they're not 512 at all. Like they're probably a little bit smaller than that. So I figure my starting point should be lower resolution, and that might help process things faster. But that's something I need to experiment with, and you should too. So here I took that capsule shape and remapping it to make it a rounded cylinder. So now we have this little capsule pipe shape. And what's cool about this is our other pipe shapes, we had the beveled edge, and it created that slanted bevel that got like cut off. And that's good if you want to like terminate a pipe and like fake that it's flat at the end. But this, it feels like the pipe goes straight across the surface and then it curves down into the surface. That's what that whole rounded end gives you like a feel of. Also, with this, you can blend it on top of itself, and if you line up the corners well, like you can blend this shape on top of itself and rotate different pipe pieces together. Here I'm just lining it up to make sure it's the same width as my other pipes. But you can kind of like stitch them together basically, and you should get pretty smooth results, like creating a chain of these pipes. We'll see that in a second here. So I'm going to transform it, max light and blend it together with itself. Rotate it 90 degrees. Now if I move this into position, you can see with the max lighten, it blends pretty well. As long as you line it up pretty close, you get a nice like bent pipe there. Now I'm considering, I think I'm considering just using this original 45-degree bend pipe template and doing it that way, creating like the silhouette of the pipe shape. Let's see how that works. Yeah, because that gives me a nice bend, like, which is what I want. It gives me consistent bevel results. Yeah, I think this is a better way to do it, probably. Because stitching together like individual pipe pieces, I think there's a lot of room for error. Like you could be off by a pixel or two, and then you get this weird crease or seam in your pipe. Whereas this method, it's a continuous line, and it's just beveling the whole line, so it feels like it gives a nice consistent result. But the capsule shape, the capsule pipe shape is still really useful because, like I said, it sort of simulates that it's downturning into the panels, and that's going to be a cool effect in some cases. We're going to terminate some pipes like that later. And here, like, you can see how just easy this is to like manipulate. You just take these shapes that create the profile of your pipe. You can adjust the width of the pipe with the edge detect, and then go from there. Yeah, so here I'm labeling capsule, and I'm just going to move that down here for now because I decided to go a different route for this pipe generation here. So that bevel distance has to be a lot longer to get a rounded shape. And I know I come back and tweak that way later, but I think at the time I was like, oh, that looks cylindrical enough, and then hours and hours later I'm like, that looks like it's flat. So, and here I'm using just the blend to mask out that shape. A really quick way just to chop off the top and bottom of things if you need to. It probably wasn't even, well, actually it was necessary because yeah, it would have bled like and tiled vertically if we didn't do that. So we got some pipes. You can see it looks kind of flat, like the top of it. you could tell by the coupling, like, okay, I think I'd try to adjust it a little bit here. But I think I do revisit that later, trying to round this out more. Getting like a seam there, because it's awkward to bevel something, then remap it, and try to make it perfectly cylindrical. Try to smooth it out. Yeah, I was hoping maybe just like looking at it without the curve would help me like understand what I'm trying to remap. End up just undoing all that. Yeah, I would like to know if there's a better way to map, or just, I don't know, just have more consistent cylinder results. It's really being stubborn. Yeah, I think I thought that was okay, but it still feels a little flat and weird to me. I'm pretty sure I revisit that shape later. It's close enough for now. Yeah, I'm really trying to find like a nice solution to this. So there, I just copy pasted the curve just in case I wanted to go back to what I had before, and then just took that right anchor all the way to the top and pulled out the I don't know, spline control, the tangent control, pulled that to the left. Looks okay. No pointy cylinders. And we're just gonna finally label this piece. Make sure we're nice and organized still. So it looks like I'm re-evaluating the panels. And I decided I kind of wanted to add another layer of like depth to the panels. And simply like, it feels like the inset pieces, someone removed panels and there's this exposed area. But I also want just to flatten out in a particular area. So basically remove the panel but not have it pushed deep down into like the hole. It'll just be like a removed panel. So I use that histogram scan, or histogram select, I'm sorry I didn't see, to pick out one of the panels. Now I'm just looking for a place, kind of a place for it. Well, there you go. Kind of works. There's a little seam there, and I think that's probably due to some panel warping. Yeah, like the panel warp that happens later. It's warping, I think it's warping the panel lines differently with that piece, I imagine. Or, yeah, I'm sorry, it's been a while since we did the panels, but it could just be because we had that luminance variation with the panels that some are popping or pushing up a little bit more. That's probably what it is. I don't think it's the warping. But it's subtle, and I think I just blur this a little bit so it blends a little nicer. Sorry, that wasn't very clear. I think I'm troubleshooting it right now, actually. Yeah, okay, so the warping is changing that flattened area and causing a seam there. So I thought maybe I could mask out the warp. It's pretty close. Okay, yeah, so there I just like unhooked it and rehooked it back in just to see the difference. And I think it is helping, so I keep it around. trying to use what I learned from some of the other pipes and apply it to this, but it's just not good. It's okay, there's a slight crease in the middle there, so try smoothing out the bevel a little bit. That looks pretty good. Yeah, so here I was pretty confident that curve profile was what I wanted, and I know it's pushing up, but I can control the height with that levels. I'm not sure if that's any better than what was there before, but in my head I'm thinking, yeah, that's awesome. But then looking at it again, I don't know if it did anything. Yep, pipes and curves and making cylindrical objects. I would like to know a better way of doing it. So I just copied and pasted that whole chunk of that bent pipe, and I think I'm gonna make a different pipe. So just using that copy paste of those squares, those transform squares, and changing the shape of some of them. Yeah, this I guess you do have to get pretty precise, like if you want to have a sharp corner. I guess that's one negative of it. So now we have this slanted bent pipe. These pipes using those curve profiles, that's another example like I was talking about with the block details and their curve profiles. This I'm reusing, I'm copy pasting a bunch, but really I should only be using one curve for all the pipes, so they're all consistent. There's no reason to copy paste them, and I'm pretty sure I do optimize that later, but for now we have a bevel going into a curve instead of a curve, a linear gradient 1 going into a curve going into a bevel that has custom curve enabled. That'd be a little bit more optimized. And when you change one curve, they all change. So I'm going to bring these slanted pipes up to our, just below our last working graph endpoint, and max lighten it on top. Position it, so this is going to be running from that top block bracket down into that inset area, that small inset area. So while it's in position, again, that trick, double clicking on the height map so I can see the composited thing, then going back and changing the shape. Kind of like manipulate it live with the final composite. levels node to decrease the height value of it. Setting the low output to 0.55 so it matches up with the panels. And we need a mask because you can see it filled in all those areas that were lower than 0.55. We don't have the mask there. So that clean that up. Now we can see the inset part again. Hopefully it looks familiar. Transform into levels, also into histogram scan, into the blend. That's our height blending method we use a lot here. So now we need to like bend the shape down into the inset, and I think I'll do that in a minute. Right now I'm probably just copy pasting. I'm masking apparently. I know I'd make another one of these pipes eventually, so there's two parallel. I just don't know if I do that now or if I do that after I make it bend down into the inset. Okay, here, okay, so I see what we're doing. So I want to have like a nice capsule endpoint to these pipes, so I'm mapping a cone shape to a copy of a curve shape that should be consistent with the pipe. Now I'm going to transform it, max lighten it on top, and then transform it down onto the right side of the pipe to be like an end point for it. And this is kind of, I mean, this isn't really that accurate. I think probably a better way would be, yeah, you see, yeah, this is kind of just like eyeballing it, which I really am not a fan of, but hey, kind of works. Yeah, it's not that pretty. So I think a better way of doing it would be to create like a black and white shape that has the capsule endpoint and then bevel the whole thing. Here I'm trying to composite two beveled shapes that have their own like gradient and try to match them up perfectly, and that's just like really, I don't know. It's not consistent or pretty. So I really should have probably, I could have even just like histogram scanned the pipe and then ran a disc over to it instead of a cone and then re-beveled it, and that would have been okay. But I kind of fool around with this for a bit and pray that I don't get any ugly seams. This will really test your eye for like changes in value, because I mean I'm still seeing a very slight seam. Getting close, still a seam there. Come on, Clark, you can do it. Yeah, I don't like the way that I solved this. And there's another thing coming up later with wires where I don't do this either, and I don't think the result is as good as it could be. But hey, it's close enough. So here I'm doing that duplicate process. Once I have that capsule endpoint, pulling that up Now there's two pipes. And we'll see, once I do plug that into the height, you'll see how those capsule ends kind of look like they're turning down and going straight down into the panels. But there's another step we're gonna have to do. Okay, here we go. So there's a lot of stretching there. So I want to actually bend those pipes and move them down, like slant down into that inset area. And once we do that, that stretching should be minimized, and those like capsule shapes at the end should feel like the pipe is turning down and going into the inset piece. Here I took another curve node, and I'm going to remap a cone to be like our first, I'm not sure what to call it. It's just a little area where the pipe is going to go into. I don't know, it's a bracket, or maybe it's another coupling or something, but it's facing up instead of sideways. So here's getting a few anchor points, setting them to linear. And you can see pretty quickly, if you look at the curve, you see update. Yeah, so we created this little end piece for the pipes to go into. And I'm moving the curve to change the value of it, but that can also be done with levels. This doing it this way removes the use of one of the nodes, though. You don't have to use levels. Plug that in. So there's definitely a problem with this already. Because that's plugged in with our pipe, it's getting leveled and being brought back up to the panel height. So we actually need to branch that piece off. So it sits lower into the inset. It looks like it's going to take me a minute to figure that out. Yeah, I'm wondering why there's such crazy stretching, and it's just because there's stretching. It's pulling all that information up too high. Alright, so it looks like I'm branching it right now. And I copied it. Yeah, I copy pasted that transform. So it has the same position. Now I should be able to blend it after this end of chain blend node with its own separate levels adjustment. Also trying to soften that pipe position on the histogram scan for the mask to see if I can soften that transition. But ultimately I do end up bending that whole piece down. I'll get there eventually, don't worry. There they are. Now we can control the height of those coupling pieces. It's working, but definitely need to bend those pipes down. Probably evaluating that right now. Figuring out how I'm going to do that. So I'm going to try using a gradient linear 1 that's rotated with a histogram scan and multiply that on top. And I want that transition to be right to the right at the end of those pipes. Kind of worked. So let's reduce the opacity and see if that helps. I feel like this was on the right track. I just need to tweak it a little bit. So that's pretty decent, and you can see there's like a little triangle right underneath the pipe sandwiched in between the coupling and the wall of the inset that's being pushed up. And I mean, there's nothing we can do about that. Since we're working in like as a height map, you know, the triangles can only go up or down. So we're just pulling those triangles up, and there's going to be a little bit of stretching, but that's okay. You don't really see it in the end. So it's a pretty decent bent pipe. I think the last thing I do is, I don't really like how it's so sharply bent, so I'm going to add a blur here. So kind of a little bit smoother transition. Soften out that bend a little bit. And I know I already have a gradient 1, so I'm just going to go find it and reuse it. So that's definitely a mistake there. And I ended up changing that to copy earlier. I think I don't need to do that, so I changed it back to max lighten. That fixed it. A little bit of labeling going on. See our graph's kind of getting a little bit larger and crisscrossy everywhere now. It's really like, if you zoom out and look at it, it looks kind of bad, obviously, but most of the time we're working in like these isolated pockets where we're just working on like, long pipe 1, long pipe ends 1, engine pipe 2, and we're just working in these little areas. And yeah, stuff to the left of what's going on is tracing back to those original shapes, but from what we're seeing most of the time, it's not really interfering. It kind of makes a mess. Like if we were to go back and work on the panels or work on anything that's has a lot of crisscrossy stuff going on over it, it can be a little annoying. Um, so I'm starting another piece here, and I'm just copying the transform of the engine so that these pieces that I'm going to work on line up with like the center point of the engine. That's kind of a cool trick with the shape mapper. Although I didn't use it, you can change the shape from circle to polygon, and that'll like square off the shapes being mapped instead of like rounding it to a circle. It'll be faceted. Could be useful, but didn't end up using it for this project. And here I'm trying to decide, I want this bracket, this large bracket piece to curve around the left side of the engine. And I'm just trying to figure out, do I want shape mapper? Do I want splatter circular? What's the easiest way to mask this out? So here I did a splatter circular, and this is a cool way how you can create like a spiral that goes from down to up. You can change it luminance by pattern number, and basically each sample is numbered, 1, 2, whatever amount you have, and it colors it grayscale based on that number. I don't know what I'm doing. I think this ends up working out in the end. You can see I don't want the pattern amount to go super high. I mean, here I turn it to 128. So I was experimenting with like either a paraboloid or a square shape to get a smooth circle. And now because there's a gradient around this like spiral shape, I should be able to histogram scan it and find like a range of this to select like a ring, a partial ring. But I don't think that ends up working out. So here I change it back to square, and more iterations. There's still some jaggies there, which I really don't like. I'm pretty sure I end up with a different solution than this. But it's fun to experiment. Tried blurring it. Histogram scan it. So here you can see we're creating like a partial shape. Now, this is actually really not that good. You can see it's not, I don't know, just there's some inaccuracies with it, especially with the whitest part. It straightens out instead of curving. And here I try histogram selecting it, but there's some artifacts there. There is a solution, don't worry. I will find it. Tried it with paraboloid again. I think it's kind of like interesting. I don't know if that shape would be useful. It's like a raptor claw or something. But disc did not work. Spread. That's the key. I think that's the key. And I ended up not needing any luminance variation by pattern number. So just changing the spread down, like if it goes to 1, that means do a full circle. If you do lower than that, it's going to just take a piece of it. And then the pattern amount, I try to pick an amount that's gives me, good resolution. Let's see what I do here. I don't recall if that's final or not. We'll see, I guess. But it doesn't look as good as I thought, as I remember. And yeah, just like the edges they start to flatten out and they're not curving around the circle the way I want. That looks a little bit better. That's not too bad. That feels more like an arcing circle. So the advantage of this, other than just masking out a circle, um, is that spread number. It allows a lot of like flexibility. Right now it's set to 0.29, which is almost a quarter. So it would have been really easy to, like you can see there, I'm just playing with it and I can decide where do I want this, how big do I want this shape just by adjusting the spread. Whereas if you were masking, getting those angles might be a little more challenging. Now that I'm thinking about the masking though, I guess it wouldn't be too hard. It would be a few extra nodes, but you'd have pretty good control over it. My idea is basically if you were to take a square shape, transform it so it's half black, half white in the node vertically, then you could just transform it again and rotate around the center point and either multiply or subtract that half white, half black mask on top of a circle, and that would give you like a wedge, like a piece of the pie shape. If you have two of those, one going in either direction, um, I think that would work. But I wanted to use this, and I didn't think of that method the other when I was making this. This works fine though. So there you just saw me use one of those redirect anchor points for a spline, and you hold Alt and Shift, and then you can click any of the dots that are on the splines in the graph and move them somewhere else. It's an easy way to redirect your splines. In the final version that's commented that you have, I do a combination of redirecting the splines with those anchors and also just using like levels nodes to redirect splines. Because I found with the anchors, you have to do it individually per spline, whereas levels, if you can have 5, 6, 7 splines coming out of the same node, and it can move that one node, and everything follows. But the anchor points don't operate that way, and sometimes selecting them and moving them is annoying. Ideally, I think they should all be anchor points, but it's a little bit more work to get it to that way. So here I'm cutting a little notch, subtracting a tapered square shape onto this curved panel. That just cuts a little notch out of it. And we have that same problem. I think that same problem we had with the panel tab insets, where it's a teeny bit blurry, I believe. I'm not sure if I fixed that or not, but I probably want to add a histogram scan to it. Playing around with the corner type. Angled is iffy. I don't know. I found that the round corner bevel works the best. So I am adding histogram scan here to clamp the shape to get rid of any gradation on the edge. There we go. Now it's nice and clean. Trying angled again. Yeah, it's just streaky. It's not good. Although I did use angular there, and I just smoothed it out a little bit. That's weird. Oh. The other thing with angular bevels is I think it brightens the black just a tad. So when I had my histogram scan at the end there with position set to 1, there was like a slightly off black, a bunch of off black pixels that were getting clamped to 1 and creating that square histogram mask. So I had to put that to 0.99. So that's another downside to angled beveled. I don't think it works as well as rounded, but it's usable. You just have to be aware that there might be a little cleanup later on. Here I'm creating a curve profile. Change that back to round anyway. Oh, just kidding. Back to angular. Round again. Can't make up my mind. Looks like I settled on round and then I fixed my histogram scan position to 1. Now we just play with the curve shape. I don't know if I commit to this or if I copy paste another curve shape. Because I think in the end this looks very similar to the other box shapes that I made. It looks like I'm playing around with some unique curvy shapes and things. So just plugging it into that levels and transform and all that, and now we can adjust the height value of it. Shift dragging that output to our new output blend. There we see it. So I have the wrong value set for the low. 0.6. That's what we want. Really trying to just take a close look at that curve. Like it felt like it was just stretching a little bit too much at the steeper parts. So I got rid of that. Straighten it out. Let's make it another splatter circular here. Pattern amount to 12. delete it, then undo it. Pattern amount to 8. I think this is going to be some like vent shape. It's going to go on top of that curved bracket. Yeah, so I think I copy pasted similar splatter circular that had a bunch of like parameters that I have to reset. But it had the right radius. So I added a levels after that curve node so I could move that bracket down. I need to make some space in my height. And it goes to white and I need to be darker if I'm going to add something on top. And then I delete it. Okay, so I'm adding these after the chain, which is probably a better idea. So that number 0.76, that corresponds to the max height of the curved bracket that we just made. So these pieces will sit perfectly on top of them. And I copy pasted that transform so the position's the same. Yeah, that's one downside to branching this off into its own thing is we have to retransform it to line up properly. I see. Okay. So now I don't have to retransform it. I just plugged it in. Cool. So yeah, the levels we shifted to be behind the transform so that it's set at the proper height value. And then those circle dome pieces, which will change, they rest on top of it. And also, just real quick, I changed the matte color of the transform to be whatever our flat lowest value is. So 153 it looked like. Our mask is not behaving perfectly at this point. So we're trying to tweak that position. We want to find the edge, like right where it turns to all white, the edge of that, where it turns from like this mask to all white is the number we want. And it's not at 1 because our input is not black to white. We've already changed like the base color of our height to be lighter, so our position has to be different. So now I can see everything. I'm changing the pattern amount. Looks pretty good. I have 2 elements resting on top, and we will have to mask out the rest of the circles, which we can just reuse a black and white mask from the curved piece. Trying to center that divot a little bit more. I suppose you could, since there's only 2 of these vents that are going to get placed on top, it is possible that you just make the shape you want and then transform it into position. But this has a little bit more flexibility, I think. Like if you wanted to have 3 of those shapes or 4, 5, 6, 7 of those shapes, you could easily do that by increasing the pattern amount and adjusting the scale. Yeah. So here I'm taking a cone, curving it, putting that curve into the input of the splatter circular, changing it to image input, and now we can make a shape. And this is going to be like a vent. So it's going to come up and then dip back down. And this, I believe, is maxing out our like height value. I tone it down, I push it down, but that would be like the maximum amount of height because it's white that we can get with our current like height scale. It's not really that important. I don't think anything goes any higher than the engine turbine. So I brought that just above 0, so it's floating slightly above the bracket. Talking about those two bottom anchor points. And part of the reason for that is I believe it might be easier to mask out that inner area. If it was flush with the panel, then depending on where we pull the mask, it might give us a little trouble. I don't think this is necessarily like successful in the end with my thinking of masking it out, of just pulling that up so it masks better. I think I still have to do like some custom mask work for these pieces later, but you'll get to that. So now it's time for the vents. You just take a gradient linear one, turn the tiling up. I blur it a little bit so there's not super sharp edges. Gives a little bit more tooth for the tessellation to hang on to. And histogram scan. So this is not going to work completely. Should be max lightening those vent fins on top of the shape. And there we go. Okay, so the mask just needs to get adjusted, and then the height values of this needs to get adjusted as well. So that's spilling way over top of the highest point. So we want to bring that down, sink it into the ring. And then this position is kind of what I was talking about. Trying to find that range where it flattens out. And I guess it has nothing to do with the bracket, as I said. And histogram scan. Okay. Do some weird stuff here, I guess. It's very strange the way I'm trying to solve this mask. I think I should do a histogram select and then try to find that height value. Oh, looks like I'm doing a custom mask. I don't really like this idea. I mean, I like when you can derive masks. Sorry, when you can derive masks from your height inputs. But yeah. So I just took a disk and scaled it down for my mask. I think a histogram select would have worked fine though with the curve. Now we got some vents. Just a matter of tweaking it a little bit. it's pretty cool how like quickly you can get some really intricate decal detail um, into your graph just by tiling some pieces a little bit. So I think I use that technique later on something else, more vents later. And I just like to test, like when I blur something, I usually like to test the before and after, just to see like, does it actually look nice? And here I'm turning up the tessellation, get a little more polygons in there. Then I turn it down because it didn't make much of a difference. Yeah, the plane high res geometry is has a pretty high number of polygons. It seems like you don't have to turn that tessellation factor up very high. If you use like the rounded cube, you have to crank it up to like 12 or 13 or something. But the plane high res does mostly a good job at around 4, which is the default. So just little minor tweaks here to finish up these vents. So we're going to frame this piece here and move on to the next one. So I'm just copying one of those transforms to get a start for like a square shape. Now going back and copying the bevel, the curve. Pasting it. So this shape is going to go right below that curved bracket we just made. It's kind of an extension of it. to try using a tapered square here. I'm going to subtract that from our original piece, original square piece, and then rotate it around. See if I can't make some interesting bracket shape with this. I think in my head I kind of have an idea of what I want to do, but yeah, again, there's no concept, so I kind of just play around and feel for these shapes until I feel like it'll work. So here is where I finally decide I'm reusing the same curve profile over and over, so maybe I should turn on that bevel custom curve option to true and input a curve, the same curve I should say. So yeah, just to get that to work, you need a gradient linear 1 fed into the curve so it has something to map to. And here I'm just double checking, is it the same? Do I trust it? And yes, it looks the same. So there I can pull that out and reuse that on all of our block shapes if you want it to have the same shape, of course, which I do. And that's just a nice little optimization. Also helps things be consistent, like if they were manufacturing these block pieces to sit on top of these panels, it's possible they would have the same sort of design and same like tolerance on their width of like the lip that they affix to the panel, and then other little insets and things, probably similar like design language. So reusing the same curve profile for all these bevels is going to give us that consistency. Turn on use custom curve, copy that. There we go. I think I'm just double checking if I missed anything. Looks like I got everything. Except for that one. Yeah, that one. See, that one I wasted time making its own custom curve. I didn't even copy paste an old one. So that was kind of, if I had thought of this earlier, it would have been slightly faster. I wouldn't have had to mess around with any anchor points playing around with that shape. And you can see, I don't think I recognize it yet. In the 3D view, there's this big square, and that happened when I plugged in that curve into the curved bracket shape, and I'll eventually notice it and fix it later, but yeah, not sure exactly what happened. It's possible that I just need to adjust the histogram scan positioning. Yeah, like there, my positioning was at 0.99 instead of 1. So something was a little weird with that custom curve profile, I guess, where it might have offset from black just a teeny bit, which is gonna mess up your masks. Possibly. I think that's what might have happened. We'll probably get a more in-depth look once I troubleshoot that big square that happened on that 3D view. Probably, yeah, like there you just saw some middle gray. So I had to change that position to 0.99. Oh, yeah, and the contrast up to 1. So yeah, the masks were definitely manipulated um, when I plugged in those custom curves. So I thought it would look the same, but something must have been just a teeny bit off. And I don't know if it's the same sort of error that you get when you use angular corner type with bevel. Like if you use the custom curve, it just automatically bumps your black up to, 111 or something like that. Like a really, really, really slightly brighter than black. And if that, yeah, so there I noticed like what's going on. Got to adjust that. There we go. So something to be aware of, I guess. And I am curious if that curve, if the bottom anchor point is actually at 0. Because if it's not, then that would explain the problem. But if it is, then there's something weird with the bevel node. Luckily, we can work around it. Just have to be a little bit more aware of our mass. You can't just crank up the position to 1 and assume it's going to work. So here we're just positioning this new extension to this curve bracket. Plug that in. Now we'll tweak the position. And yeah, I did that slant because it's nice to have some like different shapes with the bracket pieces, and it's kind of like it echoes that angle of the piece below it with the pipe sticking out. The other thing I'm thinking ahead on here is I'm going to try to fill some of the gap between that slanted piece and the arced piece with the pipes, with like some wires going in between them. So I kind of want a little bit of negative space. I don't want them butting up against each other. Yeah, I'm trying to line this up pretty close, and I can get it pretty close, but I don't necessarily like how it looks, how it's intersecting with the engine frame to the right. But yeah, it's okay. Kind of trim it like this. Trim it by manipulating the original 2D shape. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so now it's not intersecting the engine frame because I pulled that side to the left. And I'm happier with that. Yeah, the design of this whole texture, I guess, is it's very like going to be very bulky around the engine, just because that's where a lot of like the mechanical things are happening. So I feel like that's why I'm building up that area with all these blocks, and there's going to be a lot more pipes and things. Just because I mean that's the active area of the ship. It's the engine. It's got to have exhaust. It's got to have wires and pipes and mechanisms and things to power it and all that sort of stuff. So we're building up this area around the engine quite sufficiently with all these pieces so far, and we're going to continue to do that a little bit more. And then we'll have some areas of rest where it's just panels and areas of smaller and medium detail, which will happen in the inset areas. And then that's pretty much it for the height. I mean, it'll take a while to get all that, but um, then we'll have like our own pass on the base color and like rust, dripping, and scorching from exhaust, and there's gonna be like little blaster holes with little kind of like scorched fire inside the hole. Um, that'll just be like another level of interest and detail. I don't necessarily think that the final product here, like the texture, would be like the best for production. Um, it tiles, but does it tile well? I'm not so sure, but I think for the purposes of this tutorial, like you should see a lot of different like techniques and ideas, that I'm putting in the tutorial, and from there you can use what you need and create like a normal tiling texture. Like a lot of this stuff, you'd probably want to model it and have it like uniquely unwrapped or unwrapped along a trim sheet or something like that, but we're doing it in Designer because we can. So I just pulled those coupling pieces out and reusing them for this slanted bracket. Okay. I think that clearly didn't work. I was trying to use polar to Cartesian coordinates to create a circle pipe, and yeah, you can see it just doesn't work. Um, so yeah, I wanted to create like a loop of a pipe, but we're gonna have to start it from scratch. I wonder if I tried Cartesian to polar instead of polar to Cartesian, if that would have worked. I think that actually might have given me a circle. Oh, I don't know. I'll have to test that later. So here I'm just histogram selecting a cone, and you can see that's a real quick way to make a ring. Um, before histogram select. Actually, I'm not sure if histogram select was in Designer 5, but if it wasn't, you had to like multiply or subtract two disks on top of each other to create a ring. And this is a really fast, quick way. Just histogram select a cone, and you can pick the range, which is like the width of it, and then the position, which isn't that important. Somewhere in the middle is fine. But it's a quick way to make a disc, or a ring, I should say. We're going to bevel it, use the curve, same curve profile, to hopefully give us a nice cylinder. And these are going to be those wires I was talking about that's going to branch in between that slanted piece and those pipe pieces down below, bottom left, like southwest of the engine. And I want to warp these because I want them to be like wires. They're not necessarily metal. They some type of rubber or something, which I don't know if is really realistic for like the outside of a spaceship hull to have loose wires. Um, but in my world, it is realistic, so I'm doing it. So just using a Perlin noise into the directional warp inputs, and then warping that shape a little bit. This kind of distorts it. Like you can see it's changing the thickness of the original shape, which I don't really like. Yeah, so let's try to fix that here. So I'm warping the original ring, and I'm making that ring really, really, really thin. beef up the ring with like an edge detect later. I don't know if I do that. I guess I don't do that. Yeah, if the warp intensity is low enough, it's it's tolerable, and there's a lot of area to work. I only need like a tiny sliver of those wires, so I just need a good enough piece of it that looks slightly warped, without distorting like the diameter of the cylinder. So I feel like there's enough to work with there. Now we're just going to work on blending it with the original height map using transform levels and histogram scan, max lighten it. Now it's just a matter of positioning. Scale it down, transform, tiling mode, absolute, no tiling. So I just cranked that up temporarily so I could see it. Put the levels back to white so I could actually see what I'm doing. I could also see it in the 3D view, but I guess I wasn't ready for that. So there, we just want that tiny sliver in that negative space between those two blocks. And here I'm rotating it around, trying to find like a good sample of this ring here that's warped but not completely distorted in the thickness. I'm also doing this duplicate process to create a second wire. And I just add those or max lighten them together. Yeah, max lighten. Rotate that around. Try to position it. Can adjust the range of that histogram select to adjust the thickness of the wires pretty quickly. I think a more sound way to actually do this would be taking a disc shape and then warping that shape. Then you could edge detect it the same way we do with the pipes. And that would give you a consistent thickness of the wire with that edge detect after the warping. So here, like, I'm trying to make a thin line, then warping it, and then beveling it, and so, yeah, that's kind of what I was talking about. I mean, I still think it should be just a disc shape that I'm warping instead of a ring. But it looked like that edge detect gave reasonable results once I thinned down that histogram select to like a pixel ring. So the graph would be pretty much the same. It would just, instead of the histogram select, it would be a disk. That's it. Here I'm figuring out the masking of this. Let's see. So yeah, we don't want those wires spilling everywhere. We just want it in that little negative space, a little wedge in between those two bottom brackets. So I think I just do another custom mask here using a square, and then rotating that square into position, and setting it to multiply. Should be multiply. Yep. And it's okay that it's spilling over because once we adjust the height value, those wires are going to sink down below the tops of those brackets. Really spending a lot of time just tweaking the rotation and the position of those wires. Um, I thought there was two instances already where I thought it looked fine, but I kept going. Just watching it back, I thought it was okay just a few minutes ago. Okay, now we're going to take the levels and bring that white value down and then input it into our final output, height output. So it's at this weird spot where it's like clipping between that bottom lip of those brackets. And like I'm deciding, do I want it to just come above or be below? Like this is a case where I don't think it ends up being a perfect like cylinder, half cylinder shape. But it's like a sacrifice I was happy to take just because it's such a small element, and I didn't want weird clipping with the wire into the brackets. So I think it's raised up above where it should be to be a perfect cylinder. The thing with Perlin noise, I know I created like a noise frame way over to the left of this graph, right above the shapes, and I probably could have reused a bunch of Perlin noises, but you'll see throughout the creation of this, like I use custom ones all the time, and I think it's probably mostly on the base color that I do like I reuse like the same, or I don't, I shouldn't say reuse. I have a new instance, a new copy of like a noise like Clouds or Clouds 2 or Perlin noises, just because I want to be able to control more variation out of it just by changing the random seed, changing the disorder, the scale. Um, some parts of like the base color creation, I feel like I want that control instead of reusing the same noise over and over and over. Um, so Perlin noise, it probably, I'm not sure if it should be put with the crystal, but I think I kept it with these wires in the frame. And I think later I just make a new Perlin noise. So just a disclaimer, and if since I talk about optimizing your graph and reusing like the same shapes, noises for me I feel like are kind of an exception in some cases. Sometimes. So here I can tell I'm thinking, and I was kind of drawing with my mouse, like I felt like that space was a little empty on top of that slanted bracket. And I'm pretty sure I'm going to make something for it here after a little bit of organization. I don't know if it's coming up soon or later, but I do end up making this like bracket shape. It kind of looks like a band-aid, honestly. like a hard surface band-aid, to kind of connect that slanted piece with that curved, bigger piece right between the seam. Um, and then later, I end up adding a teeny bit more detail to the tops of those. Um, so let's see what we do here. So I'm experimenting with the heights of these brackets and the vents. I think that might have been the solution that I thought of before, thinking of like the band-aid brackets, just to see like would it help to have a different height variation there? Is that enough to like break up the form a little bit? And I didn't like it, so undo. I think I was also thinking, because I did have this transform here, um, I was thinking of doing like the band-aid, and then I was like, what if I push up this shape first and then have it slanting downward? And it's kind of like this slanted bracket, but I felt like also after pushing that shape, that curved bracket higher, it just, I don't know, it looked unproportional to the rest, and it started to tower as high or higher than like the engine turbine, which I didn't want. So I just brought it level, and then now we're creating this custom band-aid shape. You'll see why I said band-aid, because I think it looks like a band-aid. So multiplying a histogram scanned gradient linear 3 on top of a rectangle shape. Here I'm pretty sure, let's see what we do. Yeah, I want to cut the corners of this rectangle. And I remade that transform because it had to be a perfect square, I think. And it already had transform information, so it wasn't good. So that's, okay, I messed up, no tiling, there we go. Now we've cut 45-degree corners off of this band-aid shape. Bevel it. See how it looks with the multiply. So that's pretty close to what I want. I think I'm going to try to blend it in and see how it looks. I think that histogram scan was actually unnecessary. I could have reused the like chopped off corner shape. It's like it's the first blend in this chain all the way to the left. That could have just been used as a mask. Or although, just kidding. It could have, but with these transforms, yeah, that's why I always have the histogram scan after the transform, because if you move the shape, you want the mask to come with it. So if I use that original shape, I'd have to duplicate that transform, and that's unnecessary. Stitch up this crevice with a band-aid. Let's make a second one. This duplicate process, transform, adding it, offsetting the second transform. 2 band-aids. Is there a word that you call that? I mean, you're trying to bolt 2 pieces of metal together with like a bracket. But I use bracket for a lot of things. So what do we call the band-aid? Kind of looks like a car too. Now it's more like a band-aid. Just trying to dial in these numbers. Squishing it. No, just scaling it down. I squished it by accident, then I undid, I think. Yeah, if I'm going to squish it, I should definitely squish it on the original shape. Just tweaking, 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 trying to get it to sit the way I want,